Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Alpha Charlie channel. My name is Charlie, and once again today we're going to be flying Concorde. We came over yesterday from London Heathrow to New York's John F. Kennedy, and we're going to do the return flight today on board Concorde Alpha Charlie. Why not? And there she is at the gate at New York's John F. Kennedy, just waiting to be set up, basically. Which we'll jump inside and do very, very shortly. But before we do that, I just want to give a big thank you to the mod squad. You can see over there on the left-hand side, Seymour Rutz, D Fozzle, Studio Canuck, and Digi Driver. Thank you all very much for your continued support of the channel. That had you going, didn't it? Right, so like I say, we're going to do the return flight today. From New York John F. Kennedy to London Heathrow, and we'll get things going again, flying like we did yesterday from the tutorial. However, obviously in the opposite direction today. Still a little bit rusty, but
right, that's the walk around complete. I'll press on with my cockpit prep.
A bunch of things that came back to me yesterday. Virtual flight engineer is on board. Steve's on board and on Twitch. Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, Kanazi climbed today. The plan is for a 3-1 left departure, although air traffic control are online and they may have other ideas. Hopefully they don't though. So let's load up the route, scheduled route. Kennedy to London Heathrow, number 1. We're going to go track Sierra November via Lulox, so 0. I'm going to set maximum payload. Why not? Let's get everyone on board. Taxi fuel. Well, if we use 1400 at Heathrow, I think we should probably use 2000 here to get down from our corner of the airport. Now, the controls were a little sloppy yesterday, and I think maybe the reason for that was that I didn't do the full and free checks of the flying surfaces when we started taxiing. So I'm wondering if I'd properly calibrated the joystick. So we'll get all this sorted out here in this flight computer, and then that will help populate the information at the top of the screen there. You can see in yellow and blue. So yeah, call sign is Speedbird 002. That all looks good. We'll print that data, we'll file that flight plan, and we'll try and stick that in there. There we go. So we're going to go twitch.tv/Alpha Charlie Twitch, and we'll file that. We will also load that in the weather engine, which is Active Sky. Flight plan. Oh, it appears to already have it, which is great. Seymour Rutz is on board. How are you going? Steve says you inspired me. I loaded up Colomata at Heathrow and I'm currently waiting for INS alignment. Very good. Right, then let's go into Colomata. Sorry, Volanta, I mean. And we will add a flight plan, import a file. Let's do it like this, date modified. There we go. The aircraft is Alpha Charlie.
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. Testing the emergency evacuation system
Heathrow
now.
with Gatwick as the alternate. Save. Alrighty, so while he goes through his checks, we'll start going through ours. Okay, so takeoff data. We are, according to this, on runway 31 left. V1 speed 165 knots, rotate speed 195 knots. V2 of 217. 1 minute 8 seconds on the reheats for our noise abatement. I will bug the instruments. we are good. Okay. Takeoff data set. And then we'll go back up top and right click the ground call. To ask for the refuelers. The INS is done because the flight engineer is doing it. Excellent. Yeah, they're sorting that out. So I'll turn this one on. The Mara Lake controller. Yep, it'll all be fine. Rad INS switches over to radio. VHF now 11235, I believe, is the Kanazi. So load from file. There it is. So I'll bring you over to Navigraph. So you can see what I'm looking at. That's our route for today. Once he's finished testing those alarms, there we go. So we're going to go off runway 31 left. There are 3 departures available. Now we're pretty much... It's going to be the Kennedy 5, but it's the Kanazi climb. So we pretty much get airborne, make a left-hand turn immediately out over Kanazi, and then we'll head out to ship. So if we take a look at the Kennedy 5, Kanazi climb, so it's a 176 radial from the Kanazi beacon, which, as you know, we'll be getting airborne off 31 left around to Kanazi before heading out on that heading of 176. So hopefully I can demonstrate that pretty well today. Expecting runway 09 left as a arrival at Heathrow when we get over to the other side of the Atlantic. So let's just bug some of this. That has to go up to 250. Now, one of the things I want to do is go back to Brooklands one day and do a full flight on the simulator there. To speak with some of the friends that I've got that work there and see if that's going to be at all possible. So we'll put 176 there for the Kanazi beacon, which was 112.3. Got New York on the
right, I think that's me all done.
first-hand
How are you
side.
getting on back there?
Stand by, I'll need a few more minutes before we're ready for start.
Okay, so I'm actually looking for a heading of 235 initially before we shallow out the turn. There we go, it's 235. AFCS panel looks pretty good. ADF frequencies, I'm going to leave them on Heathrow frequencies down the bottom there, 352. We don't need to worry about those just yet. All those throttles, so flick 1 on, the throttles advance, throttle 2, no change, disconnect, light flashes, and return to idle. Warning and landing, warning display lights. Steve's still having a hard time finding which airframe he flew into Rhode Island back in 1988. I tell you what, when we're in the cruise, remind me, because I've got a way that I can find out, I think, for you. So, I think it was Alpha Bravo from memory, but just leave that. Remind me when we get up to the cruise, or when it comes to a bit of a natural stopping point, and I can find that out for you, hopefully. Right, the instrument transfer switches are set to the left. ADI test button. Okay, that's not on live for the moment. Radio altimeter check and set. Fast. So to set that one there. Master warning, going crazy while he does his checks. I'm going to set that to 50 feet for a positive climb. Standby artificial horizon, I've already leveled out, I did that earlier. Marker lights, let's test them. Yeah, outer marker, middle marker, inner marker. Excellent. HSI. That looks to be funky dory. Altimeter. Altimeter sets. We got 1012, that looks about right. Let's have a look at the weather here at Kennedy. 360 degrees 7 knots, so that'll work. And 1012 is 2989. Yep, that works. Flight director switch is set to flight director 1. Air data computers 1, 2. Stick shaker works. Excellent. Right, I'll go up top. Flight control inverters on. Anti-stall on. Flight control selections green. Transparency de-ice de-mist is all off. Taxi landing lights are off. Master warning. Test, everything comes on. Inhibit, some of them come on. Recall, cancel. Ground proximity warning system. That is operational. Nose and visor and landing gear all checked. The nose and visor selector is up, as is the nose and visor. Landing gear is down, of course. Anti-skid will check. Down here, first that way, then that way. That all works. Total fuel contents indicator, that is rising at the moment because we are currently refueling. We're about half full at the moment. Primary engine indication. Yep, the afterburner lights are off as they should be, and no failure flags exist at the moment. Test the cell cal. Excellent. So cell cal works. Not that I've ever had to use it. Throttles, check. So we'll advance the throttles to fully forward, then to idle. Reverse. Doesn't work, unfortunately. F3. F4. F1. Excellent. That works. Reheat selectors are off. As you can see. Throttle. 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 They all work. Landing gear horn. Works. Very quiet, but it works. Then we'll test the lights over this side. Yeah, great. Departure procedures. Alrighty, so as I said, we're going to be taking off from runway 31 left, expecting the Canarsie climb. However, ground is online now, so we're going to tune into Kennedy ground, and we'll go and get some clearances from them. So ground 121.9. Can't wait for Concorde to make it to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, you're right. Me neither, mate. Me neither. Alright, testing 1 2. Test. Yep, all my audio is good for this. Alright. Ground, g'day, Speedbird Concorde 2 at gate 704. Information Alpha, request clearance through to Heathrow.
Speedbird Concorde 02 Heavy. Kennedy ground, good evening. Your quick request by in 1.
Alright, clearance on request. Just let me know if the audio mixture there is okay. You're an X-Plane guy through and through. This version of Concorde is on a whole other level. Yeah, you're telling me, mate. That's why I was so patient and waiting for it to come out. That's why I refused to buy the DC Designs or Columata or anything like that. Max Naismith is on board on YouTube. Evening, mate. Enjoy the flight. Thank you very much, sir. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, welcome aboard. We're on Concorde. We're going to London. There you go. Boarding is in progress here on the ground. Mix is good. ATC a little low, but I think it's him, not you. Alright, well I can bring that up just slightly.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy. Your clearance is available. Without any copy.
Go ahead for Speedbird 2.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy. You're clear to Heathrow, Kennedy 5 departure. Except fly runway heading to Kennedy 1.5 DME, then turn right heading 100. Radar vector shift, then is filed. Maintain 5,000, expect flight level 29010 set departure. Departure frequency is 13.12, squawk 1003.
Okay, so Speedbird 2 is cleared via the Kennedy 5 departure, expecting radar vectors direct ship, climb initially 5,000, expecting flight level 290. 1003 is a squawk, and say again departure frequency.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy, the departure frequency is 128.12.
That's 128.12, thanks for Speedbird 2. Can I just confirm that that departure is runway 31 left of the Canarsie climb?
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy, it will be runway left for departure.
Roger, Speedbird 2. Did he say?
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy, your read back is correct. Push start to your discretion, copy taxi, expect for left for departure.
Ground, I just want to clarify that because Concorde operations forbade a departure from the runway 04s and arrivals on 22s. So can I just request 31 left?
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy,
Thank you.
JFK ground, hello. Cathay Pacific 085, ready to check.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Fast on Kennedy ground, coming in about 355.
Yeah, I'll explain in a moment. We'll go over the Navigraph and I'll explain why
Cathay
we
Pacific
can't take
085,
04 left.
get on the radar check again, please.
Trip 085, they're coming in about 355.
Let's have a look. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Right, we'll turn that one up. See, fueling's nearly done. What a lovely aircraft, Max Naismith. You're not wrong. So hopefully, Steve, that means that we get that Canarsie climb. I don't expect it to be too busy over there at the moment. It might get busier as we go along. Gary's on board. How are you, mate? Gary's a childhood friend of mine from back home in England. Welcome. Good to see you, mate.
085.
Cup of tea for you.
Good evening. You're still coming in about 355. Sundiver 50, 459, crossing way 31 left at Kilo, continue taxi straight ahead on Kilo.
Bombtech Gaming, thank you for joining on Twitch. Thank you very much, mate.
Kilo to 4 left, Endeavour 5459.
In fact, I might as well show you now. So that's where we are at New York John F. Kennedy Airport. Now, he originally gave us clearance for this runway here, 4 left, to take off in that direction. But Concorde operations forbid departures from the 04s or arrivals on the 22s, the opposite direction, because of all the residential neighbourhoods around this area and the noise restrictions. So Concorde departures were restricted to 13 left, 31 left, which is what we're doing today, or 13 right, and then the 22s. It could depart out over the water. But yeah, Concorde.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy. I have an amendment to your clearance. Advisor to copy.
Ready, go ahead for Speedbird 2, thanks.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy. You're still clear to London Heathrow, Kennedy 5 departure, RC climb, radar vector ship, then is filed, climb via SID, expect flight level 290, 1 minutes after departure, departure frequency 128.12, squawk 1003, and you can expect runway 31 left departure now.
You are a legend. So to read that back, Speedbird 2 is cleared to Heathrow via the Kennedy 5 departure, Canarsie climb, expecting radar vectors to ship, expecting flight level 290, 10 minutes after departure, frequency is 128.12, and squawk 1003 and 31 left. Thanks, Speedbird 2.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy, read back is correct. You can expect runway 31 left departure, contact.
We'll go, Speedbird 2, thank you.
No worries.
There you go.
Kennedy ground, Giant 658 Charlie, we just crossed 4 left, looking for more staffing instructions.
Good about to go sleep, thought he'd drop in and say hi. Thanks, Gary, I appreciate you. I'll try and have a good stream. Bomb Tech Gaming's following on Twitch, thank you very much. Alright, sorry, I'll just bring that ATC level down while they're not talking to me. Digital Goods of Andrew Gordikevich. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I cannot better illustrate this argument. Take gifts on my page. We'll be blocking you, champ.
Make that left turn on that Echo there. 31 right on Echo. Continue taxi. Echo.
There's left tail right for
Full
pushback.
start checks, master CBs.
Set and checked, no flags in the middle.
Cockpit inspection and security.
Complete.
Alright, so
Oxygen.
DV
Unchecked and 100%.
windows
Check
are
this side,
closed.
100%.
That's quite loud still in my ear, so I don't know how it is for you.
Closed. Flight control inverters, they're on. Anti-stall systems, yeah, they're both on. Rad INS switches, set to radio. Instrument transfer switches, yep, set my side. Altimeters, 2988. Nav radios, yeah, they've been set and identified now. Brakes, set to park. Nav lights,
They are on.
throttle masters.
They are set to alternate.
Ground height checkout.
Yellow, yellow and off.
Fuel
Gee, that's-
heaters,
Auto.
engine recirc valves,
Shut.
secondary air doors,
Selected auto.
checked. Batteries,
They are on.
the INSs. Right then, present position from the book.
Right, so he's going through the positions now.
North 40390. West 73470.
Yeah, that's where we are now.
And
Now I'll
looking
pop
at
the
the
instruct them
first
stats for
floor,
you.
waypoint 5.
Cheers, Steve. Appreciate you.
North 40198. West 73148.
Yeah.
Waypoint 6.
That's good.
North 39585. West 72388. Waypoint 7. North 39246. West 71426. Waypoint 8. North 39520. West 68150.
Nav on 1. 2. 3.
So while he's doing that, 121. 12812 is what we'll do here.
The ready nav lights are out.
Loading
correct.
checked. Nav mode mix.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
ASI bugs and pitches. 165. 195. 216. 257. 250. And a pitch index of 13 degrees. Fuel flow and P7 bugs. Do you agree with these figures? 200196. Back there, 382, 378.
Take this opportunity once again to thank all the mods.
Cross check.
And
Clocking TLA bugs.
yeah, your support is very much appreciated. The easiest and freest way to support the channel on Twitch is if you just hit the follow button down below. On YouTube, if you just hit subscribe and the notification bell.
3-1 left, standard left-hand seat departure, flying the Canarsie climb with the normal calls turn, 321 noise, 235, then limit the bank angle to 7 degrees, climbing to 5,000 feet, planning to cross the 253 radial at or above 2,500
Climb initially to 5,000.
We'll bring the power back on at 5 nautical miles from Kennedy and expect to then head out with a direct
So he's giving the briefing right now.
The safety height inland is 2.8 and the highest safety height on the way out is 3,000 feet, so we'll use that as our safety height. We'll use the normal emergency briefing that we did on the outbound. If we find ourselves airborne with an engine failure, we'll limit the bank angle to 15 degrees. All happy?
Yep, that's all understood. Okay, ready to continue with the checklist?
Alrighty, let's do it.
Checked.
0 fuel weight, 0 fuel CG.
Checked.
90, 0.
Master
52,
warning.
72.
Fuel remain aircraft weight.
90, 500. 188, 9.
Checked. Load limit.
They are set for a transfer.
Start clearance we've got. Door lights.
All out.
Master warning.
Recall.
Has been recalled and checked. Anti-collision lights.
On.
Throttles.
Idle.
Engine feed pumps.
Idle.
They are on.
Okay, let's get the clearance to start.
Flight deck ground.
Go ahead.
We're ready to start if you can give us the pressure and the clearance.
Alrighty, so we're about to start up engine number 3.
Air on the left. Air on the right.
Ready to start engine 3.
All clear.
Starting 3 now.
There we go. So engine number 3, you're going to see a bit of a glow out here. As we start up engine number 3. There it goes. Beautiful.
We're finished with the air on the right-hand side.
Roger.
Hopefully engine number 2 not far away from starting now.
Hydraulics coming online now.
There you go, hydraulics are online, so the flight
We're ready
control
to start
surfaces are
number 2.
good. Number 2,
Roger. Clear to start 2.
you'll see that same glow out of the rear of engine number 2 very shortly. Release parking brakes. There's that glow. Let's go back
We're
inside
finished
now.
with the ground air.
Roger.
You can take the ground electrics away.
Roger.
Right. Now, one thing I do need to do for YouTube, now I've already done for Twitch, but I need to do something for YouTube to get super chats and things like that going. I haven't researched into that just yet, and I'll also find a way to highlight them and stick them on the screen for you guys.
Visors, hydraulics.
Put the visor down while we push back.
It is checked.
Hello ground, please make sure the ground equipment's clear. We're cleared to push back when you're ready. Call for brakes release.
Stand by.
Stand ground, Delta 04, Kilo Pop, shut out, southbound, ready to taxi.
You're all clear. Parking brake set to release.
Okay, brakes released at time 1118.
Copy.
Bravo. So, crossing on Westbound Bravo, Kilo crossing on line, Delta 04 ready.
Alright, so what we'll do now, I will turn the transponder on.
Number 4.
Roger.
So 2 and 3 are started. Engine number 4 just about to start. Bombtech, how are you, sir? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming to YouTube as well as Twitch. I appreciate you. Where are you watching us from, mate? Where are you joining us from? Where on the planet?
In position. Parking brake set to park.
Parking brake.
Brake set to park.
There we go. Mississippi. Very good. Jackson, Mississippi. I don't know if you're in Jackson, just the first place that comes to mind. In the same way that whenever I tell people that I'm from England, because I live in Australia, so I'm in Sydney right now, but whenever I tell people I'm from England, they're like, oh, whereabouts in London? Nowhere near London, mate. Yeah, Mississippi's, there's more to Mississippi than just Jackson. Don't mistake me. Alrighty, engine number 1 coming online now. Love Australians, good Aussie military friends. Well, I'm a plastic Australian. Now, I do have Australian citizenship, but I'm from the UK originally. Hence, I got my hand on this beast back in the day. I'll have to put those photos up on the slideshow, actually, from when I got to work on Delta Golf as a volunteer. That was pretty cool. Alright, while we're waiting for the final engine to start.
Number 4, number 1 engine.
They are running.
There you go. So you can see where we are in the top of the screen there. So we're
AFCS and trims. They're all checked now.
Probably going to get given taxi clearance via Alpha. And then be asked to cross, or hold short actually, of 4 left at one of these. Probably, possibly even Juliet, to be honest. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, stab and feel. Let's go up top and sort all this stuff out. Stab and feel can all come on. Mech jam can go out.
Yep, that's all engaged. Engine anti-ice, engine schedule.
It is off and we are flyover.
Brake fans.
On.
Idle switches.
Set to low.
Door warnings.
Tested and off.
Engine feed pumps.
They're all on.
Hydraulics.
Checked.
Electrics.
Checked. Ground bypass.
Go, trims
Hello,
are set.
ground. Please make sure the ground equipment's clear. We'll look for you on the right-hand side. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome. Have a good trip.
Nose.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Nose 5. That's the after-start checklist complete.
There you go. Nose coming down to 5 degrees now. That's what it looks like from the outside. We're almost ready to taxi. Just got a couple of things to do. Flight controls, we'll check those now. We'll put these over to blue, which changes the flags over here on this indicator to blue, and we'll now do the full and free thing that we didn't do yesterday. So, elevators, well, they're all elevons actually. Up, down, return to neutral, left, right. And when I say return to neutral, we have just trimmed the aircraft down by 2.5 degrees, so that's a correct indication. Rudder full left, rudder full right. Alrighty, so that's done. Never seen a Concorde flight before. Excited? Well, get excited, mate. I'm not going to promise that my skill level is pretty high, because this is only the second time I've done a full flight with this aircraft. Since it's been released for P3D just a few weeks ago. I'll tell you one thing that is concerning me is that these warning lights, well, hopefully it's just the illumination. Alright, so we're actually going to be wanting to go from waypoint 0 to waypoint 5, so we'll insert that. Yeah, I used to fly this aircraft all the time. Oh yeah. Got to bring you back to the flight deck. Alright, so that what I was showing instead of nav graph was this here. So I changed the hydraulic system to the blue system, and these are the elevons and elevons and rudder indications that I was looking at. Thank you very much, Bomb Tech. I appreciate that. Alright. Ground Speedbird 2 ready for taxi.
Concorde 2 having the runway 31 left, taxi to Alpha, Juliet, Zulu, crossing the 22 range.
Taxi 231 left via Alpha, Juliet, Zulu, and cross 22 right. Thanks, Speedbird 2. Oh, look at that. There's a 747 directly ahead of us. So Alpha, Juliet, and Zulu. I'm just going to look on my side where that is. There's Alpha, there's Juliet. Yeah, it is going to where I thought it would. Okay, brakes released. And we'll move. Let's go.
702, clearance is available.
So the taxi checklist will automatically fire shortly as well.
702, cleared to Doha Airport, Kennedy 5 departure, except fly runway heading to Kennedy COR 1.5, VME, and then turn right heading 100, later vector.
Taxi checklist, visor and nose.
Down 5 degrees.
Brakes.
Have been checked and are normal.
Flight instruments.
Checked here, no flags.
Flight controls EFC.
Yep, they're all in blue and the light is out.
Trims.
2.5 set for takeoff.
Set for takeoff.
Could you just repeat the part frequency?
Qatar 702, departure 12.1220.
Obviously, with the nose being so far ahead of the nose wheel here, to delay the turn slightly.
Maintain runway heading to Kennedy 5 DME, then turn right heading 100. Radar vector is correct, we maintain 5,000, expected 33010.
Just in time, Steve-O. Good on you, mate.
28.12, short 1147,
It feels good to be back in Concorde after such a long absence. Now we've got a 747 freighter. It looks like a Dash 8, which is just waiting to come across us. Oh, look at that. Delta getting airborne too.
Reverse air shuttle check. Mid travel forward. Idle. Idle reverse. Mid cancel. Seats and harness next.
That was the reverse air shuttle check just going on in the background.
Mine's locked, power off and secure.
Whew. Haven't flown a plane with afterburner since the F-18 in DCS. Now, it's interesting to me that he cleared me to cross 22 right at Juliet, and then an aircraft departed while we were taxiing, so...
Takeoff CG switch. It's normal, 53.5%.
This is P3D. This aircraft isn't released on Microsoft just yet at the moment.
The taxi checklist is
as soon as it is, I'm gone. I've already got Microsoft Flight Simulator. As soon as this aircraft is available on Microsoft, that's it. I'm getting rid of P3D. Which sucks because I spent a lot of money over the years on P3D and scenery and aircraft and things like that. Actually, I probably won't get rid of it completely because I've still got some aircraft that I can't fly on Microsoft.
Copy, December 29.
Dr. 249, clear to International Airport, Kennedy 5 departure, fly runway heading to Kennedy VOR 1.5, then turn right heading 100.
2024 is coming too. I wonder if everything will transfer. Yeah, it will. They've already said that everything from Microsoft 2020 will transfer to 2024. So that's good. So where are we? Coming up to Juliet shortly.
Clear the Kennedy 5 departure, except maintain runway heading, and turn right heading 100 at Kennedy VOR.
Yeah.
Expect flight level 10 minutes after departure, and departure frequency 128.12, 4155.
There you go, New York skyline over there in the distance.
Lufthansa 249, read back to the start. To your discussion contact and information parabola repaired. Expect runway 0.
Expect 194, that's pretty start in my discretion. We'll call it taxi. Lufthansa 249.
Now we were cleared to cross, so I'm not going to say there's no aircraft on the departure run as things stand at the moment. So away we go. Pretty much to the end. Now, like I say, the departure yesterday and the arrival, to be fair, were a bit ropey. So hopefully today it goes a bit smoother. I've done that full and free with the controls, so hopefully the null zones are all taken care of. It was very, very rusty of me yesterday. It could be today, so I'm just pre-warning you, this may not be a perfect departure, but I'll do my best to make it as smooth as possible. And if it's not smooth, then I'll try and do some homework offline after the flight to figure out why it's not.
Super Concorde 2 heading contact New York approach 1.12. Great night.
Have your approach now, and thanks very much for your help. We'll see you next time, Speedbird 2. And we'll contact approach. We'll get to the holding point first. Don't worry, we'll only laugh at you. Mate, I'll laugh at myself. Right, let's just hold short here at Zulu. And we will switch that radio across.
Descending maintain 6,000, we're at wings 99. Direct ready, we're at wings 99.
Approach G'day, Spiver Concorde 2 at Kennedy on Zulu, short of 31 left.
Before takeoff check, please.
Briefing takeoff data.
Okay, no change to the briefing and we're a stopper.
Okay, understood. Landing lights.
They're all on.
Cleared takeoff, 31 left, Spiver 2.
Squawking. 1003.
Alrighty, so final
Wheel lights.
before
Off.
takeoff checklist is running.
Yep, they're off here. Master
So
warning.
we'll line up.
Good. There's nothing there. Inhibited.
Takeoff monitor.
Takeoff monitor is armed.
Reheats. Selected.
Don't
4 white.
Pitch index.
13
do the
degrees.
reheat just yet.
Radar.
It's off.
It's only if you
before
talk him.
takeoff checklist complete.
So before takeoff checklist is complete, we are in the process of lining up. And we will shortly be rolling for our Kanazi departure. So basically, as soon as we have positive climb, I'll roll on 20 degrees of bank to the left and continue a climb out. When we get to a heading of 235, I will shallow that bank. The flight engineer is going to take care of all of the, the reheats, things like that. Right, reheats selected, brakes released. 3, 2, 1, now.
Roger, 50 and a Delta 204, have a good night.
Airspeed building.
3 greens. 4
100
greens.
knots.
Power set.
Power set.
V1. Rotate.
Rotate slowly, not too slowly though.
V2.
2.
Positive climb turn. 3. Gear coming up. Negative noise.
Negative noise means that we're not quite there yet.
Quad ready to 800, clear pilot, course 4 right, through wind 99. Archers.
The radial's active.
Bit of lag.
Frontier flight 1623, radar contact, C3 speed, clock 18, 0 Contact Alpha,
Noise. 240 knots.
There we go. Now you got that negative noise there because
After takeoff checks,
I
please.
wasn't
Landing
at
gear.
240 knots
Lights off. Neutral.
before the countdown finished. There was a bit of an
Landing
issue with the throttles there at the start of the takeoff run.
Master warning.
10 degrees to go. Recalled. 235.
Max climb power.
direct engine. Direct engine.
Bit of lag.
That's the after takeoff checks complete with the nose, still at 5.
Excellent.
The
Hey,
radio's
Kithrick's
active.
on board. How you going? So, we're over Floyd Bennett Field now.
Right heading cruise 0, Concorde Alpha Charlie, radar contact now.
Throttling.
That's Speedbird 2 passing through 2,800 feet. Climb maintain 12,000 Speedbird 2. Righty, so we're out there now. Just got to. Right, nose and visor can come up. So this has all been flown by hand so far, but we will set the autopilot in very shortly. So nose is up,
Visor's coming up.
visor's coming up. Alright, let's pitch hold.
Max climb power. Your throttles.
Left 110, Speedbird 2. Why won't it let me? That's worrying to me. It won't let me connect the autopilot. Maybe it's because our speed is ridiculous at the moment.
Here's the touch, hello, Cafe 35 holding.
Ground INS switches.
Takeoff runway 4 left.
Through 10 for 120. No prime. 2989 is set, and I've got 53.3.
It is static.
Right, so
Altitude
direct
alert,
ship,
1000
Speedbird
to
2.
go.
So INS.
New York approach West 75.
It's worrying me that I cannot. It's worrying me that I cannot engage the autopilot.
Maintain 8,000 and sorry, what was the other part? That's direct forward, Sierra Bravo. Copy, direct forward. 109 heavy, 4 miles from heavy, turn right heading 010. Right, 010, and
we've busted our altitude as well. 12532, speedbird 2. Can we just hit? Yeah, unfortunately, something's going a little bit crazy at the moment with this. It won't let me engage the autopilot.
Foxtrot Alpha Foxtrot.
What's going on down here? Maybe something down here, nothing down here.
Coming up on point 7. The fuel is just starting out.
Data computers are good.
4 right, clear to land. Clear wings 99.
12832, isn't it? 128.
Seatbelts going off now. Taxi turn lights.
They're all off.
12532.
Climb checks complete. The fuel is running aft.
Let's Center gauge speedbird Concorde 2 through 15,000.
Speedbird Concorde 2, New York Center. Hello, did a departure ever give you on course?
Yeah, direct ship.
Perfect. Speedbird Concorde 002 Heavy, climb and maintain, flight level 230.
Climb and maintain, flight level 230, speedbird 2.
New York, good afternoon, American 2150. We're 20 southeast of Baltimore out of 18, climbing 21.
230. So we're overspeeding at the moment, which is... I don't understand why it's not connecting the autopilot. Something's wrong. Air data computers are fine. They're on.
Max CG master warning. ADC master warning.
What airspeed are you at right now?
300 for 50
Working smoke compared to you guys. Do you have weather on or anything right now?
No, real fun.
Alright, from your flight 5321, just maintain best forward.
This is not helping me out at all. I want to know why this is not allowing me to connect the autopilot. Because that's going to screw us up massively if I can't get the autopilot. Auto throttle.
Your flight 5321, appreciate the help. Contact approach 127.
Why? I just don't get it.
New York United 253.
320 from 230 with a prime 2989 is set and I've got 54.2.
It's still going aft.
91 here,
Altitude acquire.
Just about JFK as well, flying Concorde. Notice INS lights are on above the clock, indicated failure, so autopilot won't engage.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go.
Ah, okay. Alright. Blake, thank you for that.
315 now, American 2150.
That tells me that they've not aligned properly.
Alright, 290 knots.
Do you know what we're going to do? We are going to disconnect from the VATSIM network and we will start this again. So we'll start this up again because that's not going anything like we wanted it to. So I think that what's happened there is that the INS hasn't aligned or has gone out of alignment somehow. So 2 departures for the price of 1 here today. We're gonna go back to Kennedy Airport and start this all again. So active runway, no, we'll go stand 704, which is where we were before. Unfortunately, that does mean that we're going to have to go through the whole procedure again, but I think that that will actually work in our favour because it'll give us a much better. Well, on the positive side, the departure itself, actually getting airborne and making the turn and everything, was relatively smooth compared to yesterday. Excuse me, I've got a very itchy face at the moment. So yeah, that looked better. So at least we know we can do that part of it. But like I said, these first couple of flights, as I get used to this aircraft again after a couple of years of not flying it, could be a little bit rusty, but we'll get there. Don't worry. In the meantime, if you haven't already, check out the socials, Alpha Charlie Photos on Instagram and Facebook. And obviously those of you watching on YouTube, if you would be so kind as to hit the subscribe button. And it costs you absolutely nothing, and it will give you a bit of an opportunity to see when I upload videos of my real world flying, as well as the simulator flying as well. So we are on the bay here at Kennedy. Let's just come backwards just slightly, and we'll select Golf Bravo Oscar Alpha Charlie. What else could it be? Learning has occurred, you are absolutely right. Blake's had it before. Some reason the flight engineer aligns them, says the lights are out but hasn't aligned it properly because the lights stay on, so we've got to make sure they go out. Alright, well, on take 2 we will absolutely keep an eye out for that. So thank you for bringing that to my attention, because that has the potential to, you know, derail things somewhat. Right. Steve, step away to go to the bathroom. Well, basically we decided to curtail things and start again because I couldn't select the autopilot. And there's no way that I'm going to be able to hand fly this thing across the Atlantic. Yeah, so we'll go from the beginning. I've got the tutorial paperwork here in front of me for, what do you call it? FS Labs Concorde. I've got it here on my separate screen. So we'll start up the sim one more time. Like I say, that could work in our favour. In fact, it could definitely work in our favour because there was someone else using the call sign Speedbird 2. So potentially what we can now do is take that over. I don't know if they're still online or not, if they've landed at Heathrow. Oh, they're on final approach, so that could work in our favour. Well, not final approach, they're still at 10,000, 11,000 feet into London, but hey. Get there. So just loading up the sim again now. For those of you who've stuck with me, thank you very much. So, do you know what? I think I'm one of the few people in the world that feels this way, but recently Lego have released a new model of Concorde, and it's doing nothing for me. I won't lie, it just doesn't interest me, I don't think. I don't know why, it's just not doing anything for me. Which may be controversial. But yeah, it's just, it doesn't look great. Hand flying Mach 2, yeah, no, feel for you. Bombtech says I did my first VATSIM flight the other day. A320 went tits up. Never have issues by myself. Oh, man. Seymour Rats, long days at the office, working outside in the heat wave. Going to pack it in for the evening. Hope the flight goes well. Thanks, Seymour. No worries. Blake says, same, sadly, the nose. I'd love to spin the Landor livery. Oh, the Lego one. Yeah, no, it just doesn't. I don't think it looks that good, to be honest. And it's not like... And someone's just sent me a screenshot that it's now for sale here in Australia. $300 Australian? Get out. I'm not paying that. No way. Not a chance in hell. Right, let's go over to John F. Kennedy. Kennedy Airport. And now, there's something I said I was going to do for Steve, which was look up his registration of which Concorde it was that came to Rhode Island. So, let's just put that one back. Having an opinion should never be controversial. I've seen some videos and some of the bricks are 2 tones of white and it looks tacky. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't care if it's controversial or not. I just don't like it. Now, what? Just remind me the 4-letter code, Steve, for... or what was the date? Do you know the exact date? The date would be better, actually. KPVD, thank you very much. So I've got 2 potential sites that I could use. Oh no. The French one's gone down. June 1988. Do you know the exact date? If not, that's okay. June 1988. Okay, here we go. Don't worry about that. Flights. June 13th. Excellent. Fantastic. Alright, so 13th of June 1988. Let's have a look for you. Providence, Rhode Island. There it is. Golf Bravo Oscar Alpha Bravo. It was indeed Alpha Bravo. So if you ever fly to Heathrow and you see Concorde on the side of the tarmac there at Heathrow, that is the aircraft that came to you in Rhode Island. So there you go. Confirmed. Alpha Bravo. There we go. Right. So we're back in the sim now, if it responds. And that's not looking promising. Of course the sim farted and shit itself and closed down. Alright, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes while this sim loads up. I'll stick another video on for you guys to watch so you're not just staring at me loading up a screen. I'll be back in approximately 8 minutes. Stick with me and I'll be right back with you. said that whenever I get the opportunity, the aircraft that's behind me now is one that I really, really want to fly. I've mentioned many times on various platforms about how my grandfather was a massive inspiration to me, and this particular aircraft's registration is his initials. This is a day I've been waiting for a long time. I did the checkout, now it's time to go solo in Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie. I can't wait. It's not going to be a massively long flight, this one, but I'm just happy. I've been wanting to do this a long time. This has been an important goal for me. I've already got it in my logbook because of the checkout flight I did the other day, but this is truly a flight in an aircraft that carries the initials of my grandfather, and that's massively important to me.
Just vacated 11 right.
Touchdown Tower, Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie, holding point Charlie, ready for downwind departure.
Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie, line up runway left.
Line up runway left, Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie.
Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie, runway left, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway left, Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie.
Thanks, Sound Tower. Good evening. Helicopter Rescue 208, Prospect 1000, inbound with Juliet.
Rescue 208, thanks down Tower, good day. Final
And we're able.
report 3 miles.
And we'll report 3 mile final from a 11 left Rescue 208.
Backing's good. To the right, there's Ricky. Head to the left. So, I don't have anything particular in mind today.
Yankee. Number 2, runway left.
It's just enjoying this aircraft.
Number 2, runway left, traffic side, is Yankee?
I cannot begin to tell you just how much of a kick my granddad would have got out of, well, him doing this himself as well, but even just me doing it. He would have loved this, and to do this in a plane with this registration, his initials, I'm going to say that 1,000 times, but it just doesn't get better for me. I'm super stoked. Wonderful. Oh, another aircraft down there. Glad I went that extra 500 feet, to be honest.
960, turn right heading 070.
Yeah, I've said many times that my granddad is the reason that I really got into aviation, and that sounds harsh on my dad, who was Air Force for 27 and a half years and then worked for an airline. He tried to get me into planes, he really did, and it's not that
960, clear direct to Matlock.
I never liked them. It's one particular event. It was 1997. I was 11 years old, and we were on a visit to my grandparents up in Cheshire, and as we usually did, every now and then, we'd sort of go and do a trip to Manchester Airport and to go and watch airplanes. And it just so happened that on this particular rainy August day, Concorde was coming in. And I started secondary school just after that, and in art class, we were asked to draw something that we did over the summer holidays. And to be honest, that was the only thing we did. So I drew that, and from that, I picked up just a level of interest in particularly Concorde, and then just it grew from there. My interest in aviation grew from there. What a beautiful aircraft this is. It's so stable. One of my other videos, I flew a 172 over in Santa Barbara in California when we went to look at Neverland Ranch, and it was just stable and it's the same, well, obviously it's the same airplane, but it's just so stable and nice to fly and smooth. And now the other thing I've got to tell you is that I'm not going to be continuing filming my lessons. There's a rule I'm not allowed to film during lessons, and I'm absolutely fine with that. It means I'm concentrating on the lesson, not the production of this video. But if you haven't already, please make sure that you like and subscribe to my channel. Hit the notification bell as well so that you get the
the news when I release a video. And we've got a super special surprise coming up soon as well. My parents don't know this, but as I record this, it's late May 2022, and this time next week I will be back in the UK and hopefully doing a flight there as well. Now it's a shame I didn't get it on film, because the checkout flight I did in this, it was the best landing I've ever done. I really hope that I can do a good one today, because my last landing before that was a shocker.
Cherokee picked up at the heart.
Bankstown Tower, Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie, Prospect 1500, inbound, information Juliet.
Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie, Bankstown Tower, join final 11 left, report 3 mile.
Join final 11 left, report 3 mile, Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie. Tower, Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie, 3 miles.
Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie, runway left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway left, Foxtrot Whiskey Charlie. Okay, so we're going to go full flap.
Turn operate runway 11 center and not airborne on 2907.
A bit of a bounce. Definitely not the worst I've ever done, but far from the best. Well, that was, what can I say? I love that this was one of the first aeroplanes I spotted here at Bankstown when I first came down here several years ago. In fact, you might even see it in the background on my very first YouTube video about flying. Yeah, so to actually now have the opportunity to fly it is just something special.
I can't explain how much of a privilege that really was. Anyone who holds a pilot's license will have had some help somewhere along the line, and any that tell you otherwise are lying. Whether from an instructor, parents, friends or colleagues, somewhere along the line assistance will have been given, whether it's advice, tuition, finances or just plain moral support. I'm lucky to have had several people who have helped me on my journey along the way to getting my pilot's license, and this episode is going to pay tribute to two of them, Peter Kirk and the man who started it all, Jerry Bird. Jerry is the man that gave me my first opportunity in aviation. When I was 16 years old and looking for somewhere to do work experience, Jerry was the man in charge of a company called Celtic West at Exeter Airport. He'd never met me, he didn't know me, but he took a punt on a random stranger and allowed me to do 1 week's work experience. From 1 week's opportunity came a lifelong friendship. Jerry is very highly regarded at Exeter Airport, having worked in many different roles. From an air traffic control assistant to operations at charter companies, he has always been there with a kind word and supportive advice. I didn't think to do some video with Jerry while we were over in the UK. We were just enjoying the conversation, enjoying our lunch together, but Jerry gave me a very, very special gift. People like Jerry deserve way more recognition than they get. To go out of his way to support me in my own stuttering aviation journey is one thing, but I'm not the only one he's done that for, and that is what makes Jerry a legend. Without that initial opportunity from Jerry for work experience, I may not have had that opportunity at Aviation Southwest, and I made many, many friends along the way, including Peter Kirk, who we'll come to shortly. And so it was that I worked at a flying school for the next few years, and I found that Jerry was working at another flight school. We'd cross paths regularly and exchange pleasantries, and I never forgot the start this man gave me. At Aviation Southwest, I became very close with my colleagues, in particular James Pine, who continues to inspire me as he saunters around the world as a demonstration pilot for Embraer. One particular member, Peter Kirk, would invite me along regularly, and we'd go on trips to all sorts of different places such as Alderney, Jersey, Filton, but more often than not we'd just do a trip around the West Country and go back into Exeter. People like Peter also deserve way more credit than they get, because by taking me flying, he wasn't just taking me for a ride, he was sharing the opportunity for me to gain experience towards my own flying. And as you will see from the following video, Peter is an exceptional pilot, and I was very glad to have the opportunity to fly with him again after many years.
Bravo, Kilo Direct Tower, good afternoon. Mike Current, taxi holding point Echo 1, runway 26.
Holding point Echo 1, runway 26, Golf Kilo Zulu. Okay.
So cyclists are a thing at Exeter Airport now.
Oh, yeah.
125 Charlie 1, line up runway 26.
Charlie 1, line up runway 26, I wanted.
104, report final number 1.
Well, this has been a long time in the making, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
I think it probably would have been around 2008, 2009, the last time I flew with you.
That's probably about right, yeah. And that was in the Duchess, presumably.
I would assume so, yeah. I don't think I've ever flown in a single with you, other than the helicopter.
No. No, I was flying exclusively twins in those days.
Yeah. Those were the days.
Indeed.
26, surface winds 220 degrees, 15 knots, clear to land.
Good land, 26, go 0.
You alright?
Yeah, I was just going to get my phone out my pocket because it's digging into me a little bit. Bollocks.
Let's hope they're not. Oh, G tosser. Oh, is it? Oh, it's a D.
Delta, yeah.
Kilo Zulu 5, Charlie 1, line runway 26.
Kilo Zulu via Echo 1, line at weight runway 26.
Golf Alpha, vacate next left, taxiway Bravo. You require pass for crew change. Take next left at Bravo and then continue to holding point to Charlie 1.
Bravo to Charlie 1, thanks.
Sunset Aircraft Tower, good afternoon. Continue downwind, left hand for join. Number 2 traffic following the Cherokee from the north.
Continue downwind, left hand for join and copy the traffic element and direction.
Golf Kilo Zulu, runway 26, surface wind 230 degrees, 12 knots, left turn, clear for takeoff.
Golf Kilo Zulu, clear takeoff, left turn. Okay, happy?
Happy when you are.
Okay.
Element 7 Cherokee, now downwind, left hand 26 for land.
I usually deal with the Cherokee.
Full throttle, airspeed is alive.
Final number 2, element 7
60 knots. Let her stabilise for a moment and then we'll go up.
Excellent.
Runway 26, surface wind 230 degrees, 13 knots, clear to land.
Clear time, runway 26, that was 0.
P's and P's are good. If the engine goes now, I shall be turning back.
Vacate left onto the grass factory for ground parking.
Vacate left on the ground to the ground. That was this
one. So it's all still Class F and G airspace?
Yeah, it's all Class G around here, yeah. Taxi radar, good afternoon. Golf Bravo Bravo Kilo Zulu, passing 1700 for 2300. Southwest, request basic service.
Golf Bravo Bravo Kilo Zulu, afternoon please, basic service.
Afternoon, Matt, and basic service. He is the best controller around.
But I don't think I know Matt.
No, you wouldn't know Matt, very senior air traffic controller.
Okay, I might have seen some social posts, but that's...
If you look him up, he has recently done a secondment down to the Antarctic.
Oh wow!
Okay. Doing the ATC down there.
Yes, I think I did see that.
So you may well have seen it. He's got a YouTube channel called @Co in Antarctic.
Oh, I think I have seen some or a social post from maybe from Exeter Airport saying this is where Matt has gone or something. This is wonderful. This is bringing back memories. Remember those times when we used to go and look for Skerry?
Oh yeah. Let's go and look for the mermaids on the Isle of Skerry. How we used to go down to the lighthouse, didn't we? You remember off Plymouth?
We used to do a lot of
IMC stuff, in Whiskey Alpha, I know.
Go up above, it was brilliant.
Yeah, no, I miss those days.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we're back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Alpha Charlie channel. We're going to have another go at flying Concorde. We're going from New York John F. Kennedy over to London Heathrow. So we'll go over to the sim right now and refresh that. There we go. So we're on board Concorde in the flight deck, and we are starting from the very beginning of the checklist.
Right, that's the walk around complete. I'll press on with my cockpit prep.
Okay, I'll start my flows here and let you know when I'm ready.
So the virtual flight engineer is up and running, and hopefully we will be too soon. So we'll load the route. We're going scheduled route. We're going London Heathrow today from New York John F. Kennedy, which is option 1. Tracks here November 0. And I'll explain a bunch of this a bit later. We're going to go max payload today. And let's set the taxi fuel to 2000 just to give us a bit of wiggle room as that computes. Alright, so London on Concorde from New York would take about 3 hours and 15 minutes. Today, if you want to do that, it will take you 7 or 8 hours, depending on the wind. Concorde was a truly unique aircraft that flew at twice the speed of sound, faster than the bullet from a gun. It also flew considerably higher than other airliners, so there were no other aircraft really to get in its airspace other than the other Concordes coming the other way. Only 2 airlines operated Concorde in regular airline service, being British Airways and Air France, although Singapore Airlines got in on the act pretty for a short time with British Airways. There was an aircraft that was painted British Airways on one side and Singapore Airlines on the other. And Braniff Airlines also operated British Airways Concordes on some of the domestic routes in the United States, but they were pretty short-lived. £2,000 fuel burn for just taxi. 2,000 kilos, my friend. Kilograms. Alrighty, so we've done the left-click palm top computer is on. There we go. So we'll put that in. That's computed. Page down. That all looks good. Print data and file the flight plan. Yeah, it was a very thirsty aircraft. Used a lot of fuel. However, let us not forget that it used that fuel a hell of a lot quicker, but it got there a hell of a lot quicker as well, and therefore the engines on Concorde, the Olympus Snecma 593 engines, were the most efficient jet engine in the world when Concorde was flying at Mach 2. However, extremely inefficient at subsonic speeds. So yeah, a true gas guzzler. Alrighty, so I've just in the background there put the calculations in for the departure. We'll set the payload. Flight plan details are in. Takeoff data has been set. I'm going to try and whiz through this as much as possible, as quickly as possible, so that we can get on our way. Unfortunately, we are going to have to wait for them to refuel the aircraft, which takes a little bit of time. Yeah, now, for those of you who are on the Twitch channel, if you scroll down, you'll see the bit of a blurb about me and my history with Concorde. I was very lucky to have seen Concorde flying on many different occasions. The most iconic of which, I suppose, was the last ever landing at Filton in 2003, coming up on 20 years ago. And I was also very lucky after the aircraft stopped flying to get my hands on and volunteer on Concorde Delta Golf at Brooklands on a few occasions up near London there. So I can say I've worked on Concorde, though my part was incredibly small. Now we're pretty much going to set this aircraft up as it was before. So we're going to set that to 235. Expecting a 301 left departure once again. And we'll put that to 176. Definitely would like that. That's 250. Let's set that to 112.3, which is the Canarsie VOR. Right, now we want to make sure that these lights here are are out by the time we move. That's good. Rad INS switches to rad. VHF and nav I've just set up. AFCS panel, that's set. ADF frequency is going to leave them on the London frequencies for now. Auto throttles, we'll check. Auto throttle 1, throttles advance. Auto throttle 2, no change in condition. Disconnect. And return them to idle. The warnings, just don't worry about the alarms. That's the first officer going through his tests. Instrument transfer switches are set to the left. ADI. Test that one in a little while. Radio altimeter. I've set that to 50 feet for our departure so that we get the positive climb turn call. There we go. Marker lights, we'll test those. They're all operational. Horizontal situation indicator. Yep, that looks good. Altimeter, what have we got? 2989 sets. Just double check that. That looks good. Flight director switches over to flight director 1. Air data computer. Test. Test. Stick shaker works. Return it to normal. Now flick out that light. Excellent. Flight control inverters are on. Anti-stall systems are on. Flight control selection is green, so the hydraulic system that we're using at the moment is the green system. Transparency de-ice demist, so transparency de-ice demist, all off. Landing and taxi lights are off, don't need them on at the moment. Master warning lights, let's recall, cancel that. Test, everything comes on. Inhibit, oh dear, inhibit. And only those come on, so we'll recall that and then clear it. Ground proximity warning system.
Right, I think that's me all done. How are you getting on back there?
Stand by, I'll need a few more minutes before we're ready for start.
Yeah, glide slope, it's good. Nose and visor and landing gear is up and locked. And the landing gear is down and locked. Anti-skid down here, we'll check that. 1, 2. Total fuel is rising. We've got to wait for that to refuel. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. Primary engine indications, there's no flags, and the afterburner lights are off. Cell counts. So we'll test that. Excellent. We'll put that back. Throttles. So fully forward, full rear, reversers don't work at this point. And then we're back to... Yeah, and we'll just check that they're idle. Reheat is off. Throttle lights. All off. Lights. Good. Departure procedures we will review in a few moments' time. I want those lights out. Since you've pointed them out to me, Blake, I've got an eye on them now. I want those to go away. I want to know... I'll go to the flight engineers panel. Let's have a look at what he's up to. So they're in alignment at the moment, so the INS systems are aligning, so hopefully it won't be too long before they come into where they should be. Does the virtual flight engineer come with the plane or it's add-on? No, it's all integrated. At the moment, you can't turn the virtual flight engineer off. You have to use him. But apparently in later versions they will give you the ability to turn off the virtual flight engineer so that you can do more and more yourself, because there's a lot to do on Concorde. There's a reason that there was a 3-person crew as opposed to a 2-person crew. You know, that panel that I just showed you there behind the captain and first officer, that's the fuel transfer switches, and the which is critical to operation in Concorde. You've got the hydraulics panel there. Yeah, so it's absolutely critical to have the flight engineer on Concorde. Now what I could do is we're back on the ground at New York, so I could... the ground controller's gone off, unfortunately, so I can contact departure again, which is on 128.15, so I could do that and get our departure clearance, 128.125. So let's tune into him. Departure today, Speedbird Concorde 2 on gate 704 at Kennedy. Information Charlie, request clearance through to Heathrow.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy, near departure, cleared to London Heathrow Airport, Kennedy 5 departure, flying runway heading to the Kennedy 1.5 DME, turn right heading 100, wait the record shift and file. Maintain 5,000, expect flight level 250, looking for next departure. Departure on the frequency, squawk 3004.
Roger, that's the Kennedy 5 departure, vectors to ship, climb initially 5,000 and expecting flight level 250, squawk 3004. And can I just double check that departure is 3-1 left as Concorde operations forbid departures from the 04s at Kennedy?
That's a return to heavy venturing guide. Kennedy 5 departure. The Cody climb, radar vector ship, and you can expect 3-1 left for departure.
Canarsie climb, 3-1 left. Thank you very much, Speedbird 2.
New York, connected 200.
United 200, near departure to evening, proceed direct Gale, clock maintain 717,000.
Alright, we're just going to take him off for a moment. So it was, new squawk is 3004. That's great. Now, I'm keeping an eye on the INS. Now, what I'm looking for is this number to get down as low as possible. So that number basically tells you how much in alignment and how accurate the reading from these are. So I think as it gets down to 15 or maybe even 0.5, it comes out of the align mode on the flight engineers panel that we were looking at a minute ago. Here, there you go, the green light's on, so it's already in an acceptable range. So, well, once the lower that number is, the more accurate the readings are. So they'll want that down at like 0.15, and then they'll switch these 3 white knobs over to nav. So, like I say, the green light's on, which is great, but they want that number as low as possible to give them the best degree of accuracy. Now, I mentioned that we're going to go over the departure procedures, so let's have a look again here at Navigraph. So that's where we are. We're going to expect taxi via Alpha out to runway 31 left. And then we get airborne off 31 left, and as soon as we got positive climb, we're going to be making a turn. We probably won't go out as far as that pink line. For the Canarsie climb, we'll try and stay as close to the water as we can, if at all possible. Then out over the VOR, and then from the Canarsie VOR heading with 176, which will take us out here roughly, and then we'll get radar vectors direct to ship, which is this waypoint here, and then from there we will head out supersonically over the ocean and over to the United Kingdom. One thing we're going to have to be very careful about planning is our deceleration and descent over the North Devon coast and into London, but we should be fine. So let's go back in here, because when I get my taxi instructions I will refer to this as well and make sure that you guys can see what I'm seeing. Yeah, so there you go, that number is down to 0.15. When that goes to 0.5, I reckon that's when they'll switch over. As you can see, we're still refueling, so I've just sort of paused my part of the checklist at the moment. But I might just... turn that around. There you go. There you go, it's down to 0.5 now, so I'm waiting for those lights to go out. The longer they leave it in alignment, the more accurate the readouts between the 3 are. So just keeping an eye on that. We won't move the aircraft at all until that's all done. Go, right. So close to getting our refueling finished. I've set the interphone, so next to my checklist TV windows are closed. In fact, they'll vocalize this part of the checklist shortly anyway, so we'll run through it.
Check's complete here. Ready when you guys are.
Alright, I think that would mean we're ready to rock and roll. So let's just see what's happening with the air bridge. That's gone.
Before start checks, master CBs.
Set and checked, no flags in the middle.
Cockpit inspection and security.
Complete.
Mine's complete. Oxygen.
On checked and 100%.
Check this side, 100%. DV windows. Port is closed. Flight control inverters. They're on. Anti-stall systems. Yeah, they're both on. Rad INS switches. Set to radio.
Set.
Instrument transfer switches.
Set.
Yep, set my side. Altimeters. 2988.
Set.
Nav radios. Yeah, they've been set and identified now. Brakes. Set to park. Nav lights.
They are on.
Throttle masters.
They are set to alternate.
Ground height checkout.
Yellow, yellow and off.
Fuel heaters.
Auto.
Engine recirc valves.
Shut.
Secondary air doors.
Selected auto.
Checked. Batteries.
They are on.
The INSs. Right then. Present position from the book. North 40390. West 73470.
Yep.
And now looking at the first four, waypoint 5. North 40198. West 73148.
Yep.
Waypoint 6. North 39585. West 72388. Waypoint 7. North 39246. West 71426. Waypoint 8. North 39520. West 68150. That's all checked. Down to 0. Ready for nav.
Nav on 1, 2, 3.
Excellent. So those lights are now out.
The ready nav lights are out.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
ASI bugs and pitch index. I've got 163, 195, 216, 257, 250, and a pitch index of 13 degrees. Fuel flow and P7 bugs. Do you agree with these figures?
Yeah.
201, 197, and back there, 360, 356.
Yeah.
Yep, they look good.
Okay, good, that cross-checks. Clock and TLA bugs? 66 seconds, which is 1 minute 6. Set both sides, cross-checked. Right, briefing is next. Okay, so we're departing off 31 left. Standard left-hand seat departure, flying the Canarsie climb with the normal calls turn, 321 noise, 235, then limit the bank angle to 7 degrees, climbing to 5,000 feet and planning to cross the 253 radial at or above 2,500 feet. We'll bring the power back on at 5 nautical miles from Kennedy and expect to then head out with a direct to Lindor ship. The safety height inland is 2.8 and the highest safety height on the way out is 3,000 feet, so we'll use that as our safety height. We'll use the normal emergency briefing that we did on the outbound. If we find ourselves airborne with an engine failure, we'll limit the bank angle to 15 degrees. All happy?
Yep, that's all understood. Okay, ready to continue with the checklist?
Load sheet.
Checked.
0 fuel weight, 0 fuel CG.
88-0. 52-66.
Fuel remain aircraft weight.
89-796. 178-46.
Checked. Load limits.
They are set for a transfer.
Start clearance we've got. Door lights.
All out.
Master warning.
Master warning. Recalled.
Has been recalled and checked. Anti-collision lights.
On.
Hey Ed,
Throttles.
how are you? Welcome aboard.
Engine feed pumps.
Where are you watching from?
Okay, let's get the clearance to start.
Flight deck ground.
Go ahead.
We're ready to start if you can give us the pressure and the clearance.
Okay, stand by. Air on the left. Air on the right.
Ready to start engine 3?
All clear.
Starting 3 now.
So you're going to see a glow out of this engine here, engine number 3. Ohio, welcome aboard. There you go, there's the glow, engine number 3 starting on this British Airways Concorde flight.
We're finished with the air on the right-hand side.
Roger.
So no ground power unit on, sorry, correction, no auxiliary power unit on Concorde, so they had to use ground power in order to start the aircraft up, meaning they had to start a couple of the engines up before they would disconnect the ground power and get the aircraft underway. That looks fine. That looks fine. That looks
Hydraulics
fine.
coming online now.
Is 3 like an APU?
Roger, clear to start 2.
So yeah, they'd start engine 2 and engine 3 up. I don't know if we missed the glow there maybe. There you go, no, there it is, firing up. Bit of flame.
We're finished with the ground air.
Roger.
What sim is this? This is prepared P3D V5. Unfortunately, this version of Concorde is not available on Microsoft Flight Simulator just yet, but when it is, you better believe that I'm sticking with Microsoft Flight Simulator all the way, because I started using Microsoft Flight Simulator only about a couple of months ago. I've had it for over a year, but I never actually started using it until about 2 months ago. And it's chalk and cheese, mate. The difference of quality is just incredible. So once this aircraft is available on Microsoft,
Hello ground, please make
see you later, P3D.
Clear.
Sorry.
Cleared to push back when you're ready. Call for brakes release.
Stand by.
Alrighty, so the hydraulics should be online now, did they say? They are. Look at the elevons are all in line and they're not drooped like they were before. So we'll bring the visor down.
Visor's coming down.
Just waiting for you to tell me I can release the brakes and we'll start the pushback procedure. But while we wait for that, we can press the mech jam. And we'll place these to blue, which changes the indicators here. You may have seen before that this indicator here, all of these had a red M on them. They've now got a blue B for blue, meaning they're being powered by the blue hydraulic system. Now once we've finished startup and pushback, we'll switch that over to the green system. So we'll go up top again. Release parking brakes.
Released at time 1513.
Copy.
And, right, we'll put these switches on. Now we won't put the nose down to 5 degrees until you know, the pushback tug and everything is well clear. And when you see from this angle, you'll see why, because if they bring that nose down, it could headbutt someone.
And the whistle can be used for attracting attention.
Number 4.
Roger.
So engine number 4 starting up next, and then we'll start engine number 1. There you go, there's the glow from engine number 4. Not quite sure why United are pushing back a British Airways Concorde at Kennedy.
Number 1.
Roger.
That's something I'll have to perhaps try and fix in the GSX panel. Yeah, nose wheel is a good... Let's see if we can find a better angle. You see that the nose wheel itself is about 60 feet behind the tip of the nose cone, which the flight deck itself is a good 20 feet or so behind the tip of the nose cone and a good 30 feet or so in front of the nose wheel. So you'll see when we taxi, we actually have to take the nose of the aircraft out beyond the edge of the taxiway sometimes before we make the turn. Right, as we continue with our part in the checklist, alright, the electric things are already set, so let's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Brake set to park.
There we go.
Number 4, number 1 engine.
They are running.
So
Pushback
all
checklist
4
complete.
engines are
Nose
running.
wheel steering.
Trims.
Okay, let's check this side. Flight controls, AFCS and trims. They're all checked now. Dab and feel. Yep, that's all engaged.
Yep.
Engine anti-ice, engine schedule.
It is off and we are flyover.
Brake fans.
On.
Idle switches.
Set to low.
Door warnings.
Tested and off.
Engine feed pumps.
They're all on.
Hydraulics.
Checked.
Electrics.
Checked. Ground bypass.
Hello, ground. Please make sure the ground equipment's clear. We'll look for you on the right-hand side. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome. Have a good trip.
Okay, thanks. Bye. That's the after-start checklist complete.
Next to each. So, okay, so we're gonna just test the flight controls here. We'll stick with the blue system for now as per the checklist. Right, so this is the indicator that we're watching. So we're gonna go pull back, push forward, roll left, roll right, and they return to neutral. Remember, we've just pitched down to 2.5 degrees, so that's correct. Rudder left, rudder right. Okay, so we have full and free movement on the controls. I'm going to take the nose down to 5 degrees now. We'll go outside for that. There you go. There goes the nose to increase visibility. And we will switch back over to... As you can see, there's no ground here at Kennedy. That's fine. There's no tower at Kennedy.
Air Canada 49 with information Charlie, flight level 190.
Let's see.
Canada 49 heavy, American approach, expect 30 miles, wait for right approach.
Vectors to 4 right, Air Canada 49, roger.
Approach G'day, Speedboat 2, ready for taxi at Kennedy.
November, Echo, Whiskey, Echo, Lima.
Approach G'day, Speedboat Concorde 2, ready for taxi at Kennedy.
Concorde 02 heavy, set to maintain 13,000. 13,000 for West. American 5670, set to maintain 13,000. 13,000, American 5670. Speedbird Concorde 2 heavy, runway 31 left, taxi to your right Alpha, Juliet, hold short runway 4 left.
And taxi 31 left via right Alpha, Juliet, and hold short of 4 left, Speedbird 2. That's what I was expecting from the first.
102 heavy, turn right heading 180.
First controller, but that works for us. All right, so just to give you guys an idea of what that's going to look like, we'll go over to Navigraph. So we are here. We're going to turn right on Alpha all the way around to Juliet, and then we'll turn left here, and we will hold short of this runway until he tells us we can cross. So we'll do that for now. In fact, I might just zoom out because probably won't need that map again until we're in the air.
Good evening, the United 2833, descending via clock for arrival for runway 04.
Right, let's go. Brakes released.
United 2833, the approach squawk 1075.
Clock 1075, United 2833.
Put the taxi turn lights on.
Aircraft has 3 and down.
Taxi checklist, visor and nose.
Down 5 degrees.
Brakes.
Have been checked and are normal.
Flight instruments.
Checked here, no flags.
Flight controls, EFC.
Yep, they're all in blue and the light is out.
Trims.
Air Canada 49 Heavy, maintain 16,000, Kennedy altimeter 2990.
16,000.
Trims.
Air Canada 49.
Then 2833, the air approach, radar contact, cross crank, and above 7,000, expect factor via 124 right approach, near altimeter 2989.
Cross crank at 7,000 feet.
Trims.
Vector for island 04 right. York altimeter is 290.
2.5 set for takeoff.
Set for takeoff.
Altimeter 2989.
The 2989, we have the wrong gate, United 2833.
American 5 Heavy, turn right heading 180. Right heading 180 there.
Alright, so taxi checklist will be triggered shortly, and they'll ask us to do the reverse survey checks.
Down to 13,000.
Side 3, with fire space, Boston Center is offline, clear, survey to change to flight 3 approved, have a great flight.
It is a wonderful aeroplane, this, isn't it?
American 5 Heavy, 8,000. 8,000.
Reverse air shut-off check.
Oh, here we go, here's the reverse air shut-off check.
Mid-travel forward.
Mid-travel forward.
Idle.
Idle.
Idle reverse.
Idle reverse.
Idle reverse. Idle reverse. Idle reverse. Idle reverse.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
And cancel. Seats and harness next.
There we go, cool. Oh, what planes do I have from Microsoft Flight Simulator? I've got the Phoenix A320, I've got the PMDG 737, I've got the Latin VFR A321 Neo, I've got the fly-by-wire A320 Neo. Gee, what else? Cessna 172 when I want to do some VFR stuff. Yeah.
Takeoff CG switch. It's normal, 53.5%.
Yeah.
The taxi checklist is complete.
Alright. We definitely got to fly together one day, maybe some shared cockpit. Yeah, absolutely. I'm keen for that. In fact, I'll tell you what you could do one day. I want to do, there's a challenge, a Concorde challenge, that I've been talking about for over 3 years since I first started streaming on Twitch. So, back in the 1970s, Air France did a demonstration with Concorde where they had Concorde take off from Paris and a 747 take off from Boston at the same time. Concorde got to Boston, refueled, turned around and landed in Paris 10 minutes before the 747. So I want to do something similar with British Airways and do Concorde to London and back. Alright, so this is where I've got to hold short. So yeah, I'll have someone do the subsonic routes while I do Concorde. So that's going to be a long stream, that one. Alright. Brakes are on.
Air Canada 49 heavy, turn right heading 180, descending 4,000.
180, 4,000 feet, Air Canada 49.
And departure speed with 2 is at Juliet, short of 4 left.
Speedbird Concord 2 heavy, cross runway 4 left to Juliet, continue taxi via Juliet Zulu.
Continue via Juliet Zulu, cross 4 left, speedbird 2.
American 556, turn right heading 310. Right heading 310, American 5.
Here, approach 11,
Right.
962 with 230.
Delta 962, New York approach, good evening, expect vectors ILS runway 4 right approach, information Charlie is current.
Okay, we've got Charlie, expect 4 right, Delta 962.
Star 102 heavy, 9 miles. 9 miles heavy, turn 9 miles detail, turn right heading 010, maintain 3000 until established on localizer, clear 9 miles runway 4 right approach.
Attention, heavy 010 for 16 heavy, before water point localizer.
Air Canada 49, turn right heading 230.
Alright, so we are almost there. See what I mean about taking the flight deck out beyond the centre line before making the turn? Now, we'll hold short here.
Localizer 163.
102 heavy, 2207, runway 4 right, clear left.
Aircraft 04 right, 163.
American 556 heavy, with your speed 210.
Just waiting now for clearance. We'll just do a couple of things. We will turn the radar on, tilt that down to 6 degrees, let's say. 6 degrees. And that will be for our little radar screen that we've got down here.
American 556 heavy, speed 180, then descend to maintain 2000. Speed 180, then descend to maintain 3000. Air Canada 49 heavy, turn right heading 310, descend to maintain 3000.
310, 3,000 feet, Air Canada 49.
There it is. Alright, okay. Now we're... Hey, where are you going? So that's our flight plan.
Super Concorde 2 Heavy with 2207, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff, traffic at about an 8-mile final, runway 4 left.
Okay, take off, 31 left, speedbird 2, and copy the traffic. That basically is his way of saying, you don't have to get on with it, but you do have to get on with it. Am I the photographer on Facebook, or is that the wrong dude? Yeah, I am, yeah.
2 Heavy, descend to maintain 16,000, Kennedy altimeter 2990.
Down to 16,000, Delta 962.
Descend 1959, fly heading 080, descend to maintain 5,000.
080 down to 5,000.
Heading 2833, fly heading 180, descend to maintain 6,000.
So, landing lights can go
Before
on.
takeoff check, please.
Briefing takeoff data.
Okay, no change to the briefing and we're a stopper.
Okay, understood. Landing lights. Transponder.
Squawking. 3004.
Wheel lights.
Off.
Yep, they're off
Right, here we go.
Master warning.
It's time to get
There's
airborne.
nothing there. Inhibited.
Takeoff monitor.
It's armed.
Armed.
Reheats.
Selected.
Selected.
4 white.
Pitch index.
13 degrees.
Come on.
Radar.
It's on.
That's the before takeoff check is complete.
Okay, brakes released. 3, 2, 1, now.
Heading 2833, heading 180.
Heading 180, United 2833.
Airspeed building.
Airspeed building.
We've got 3 greens.
100 knots.
Power set.
4 greens.
Delta 962, descend to maintain 13,000, depart LaGuardia heading 130.
Hey, down to 13,000, depart LaGuardia heading 130, Delta 962.
Concorde 102 Heavy, wind 2207, for right clear land.
Rotate.
Rotate.
For right.
The radio's active. V2.
Flight position number 2 behind the heavy, Boeing 747.
Positive climb turn.
Right clear land.
Gear coming up. 3. Negative noise.
There's negative noise, but we'll sort that shortly.
Noise. 240 knots.
There we go.
After takeoff checks, please.
Landing gear.
Up, lights off, neutral.
Landing lights.
They're all on.
Master warning.
Recalled.
Air Canada 49 Heavy, lounge VTOL, turn right
10 degrees to go.
010, maintain 3,000, don't establish the advisory, clear 9 inch runway 4 minute bridge.
That's the after takeoff checks complete with the nose still at 5.
235.
Max climb power.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy, radar contact, south.
Speedbird 2 is passing 1,600.
Speedbird Concorde 2 Heavy, climb maintain 1.
The radio's active.
Climb maintain 12, 12,000, Speedbird 2. What JFK scenery am I using? Says Rizits, and welcome aboard Rizits. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. I think it's the FS Dream Team.
Throttling.
So we're throttling now as we go out over the Rockaways. Jamaica Bay, Coney Island. And just gone through our heading just slightly.
Concorde 2 Heavy, traffic at 2 o'clock, 4 miles, sending out a 3,000 localizer, a heavy 777.
Visual with the traffic, Speedbird 2.
Close down 162 Heavy, Close down 102 Heavy, flight runway heading, climb and maintain 3000.
Max climb power. Your throttles.
My throttles. Okay, go
New
to
York
full throttle.
American 726, 15,000, heading 260.
American 726, New York departure, procedure renewal, climb maintain 17,000.
Direct renewal 17,000, American 726.
Today 1959, 6 miles from green, turn left at 8070, maintain 2,300 until established mobilizer, clear ILS from uniform right approach.
070, 2,800, until established
Speedbird Concorde 2
Nose coming up.
left heading 110, direct shift unable.
Left 110 direct shift,
Visors
Speedbird
coming
2.
up.
Delta 963 heavy, descend to maintain 8,000, heading 180.
Get that turn going.
Number Delta 962, can you repeat?
Delta 962 heavy, fly heading 180, descend to maintain 8,000.
Ship is waypoint number 5, so let's go.
8,000, Delta 962.
Waypoint change 05.
Departure brickyard 4590, 270 on the heading, leveling off at 15,000.
Brickyard 43, Brickyard 4590, near departure. Procedure renewal.
Alrighty, yeah, much better this time. Thanks, BombTech.
17,000 now, direct renewal 45.
American 726, contact New York Center.
Busted the speed limit though.
321.
Ich bin slow, is that INS fully functional? A firm, yes it is.
Cold Star 102, heavy turn right heading 0, push 1 heading 130.
1604123.
Your departure 11, 457 on the 4 departure at 3,000.
Spirit Mix 437, near departure. Good evening, proceed direct to climb maintain 15,000.
Roger, clear during Zim, climb maintain 15,000, Spirit Mix 47.
Alright, so
Speedbird Concorde 2 heavy, contact New York Center 125.32.
12532, thanks for your help. See you next time, Speedbird 2.
Air Canada 49 heavy, 12207,
125
Clear lane 4 right, Air Canada 49.
32.
Romeo Bravo Victor, resume the arrival.
Direct Bravo 0 to resume the arrival for Tower 660.
With flight 111, descend to maintain 1111 down.
11,000, 2406, level 190 off at DC.
Delta 2406, New York, hello, climb and maintain to level 350, clear direct to
Direct to up to 350.
Through 10 for 120 with a prime.
Sending guys, Speedbird Concorde 2, passing on 0,000 for
53.3.
12,000.
It is static.
Speedbird Concorde 2, New York, hello, climb and maintain to level 230.
Climb maintain flight level 230, Speedbird 2.
Dublin 6624, contact approach 1273, have a good night.
Alrighty.
American 3142, descend to maintain 12,000.
Yeah, working a hell of a lot better this time.
With flight 111, you ready to come out of the hold? With flight 111, you clear LaGuardia Airport via flight heading 360.
Just going to lower the nose slightly so that we can increase some speed.
2509. American 21, descend to maintain 1313,000, the LaGuardia altimeter 2989.
That's it. Full throttle now. Blast off BombTech.
You can cancel the speed to Kennedy altimeter 2990.
Right, so once we get to somewhere around the 3 knot, what have we got? 37. They're roughly the same. That's good. Flight director can go on.
Runway 24, taxi by hotel, actually, yeah, hotel in front.
So Mach point 7 is the next part of the checklist. It would be the climb check.
Swift flight 111, turn right direct Robinson, Romeo Bravo Victor, resume the arrival.
Right direct Robinson, resume the arrival.
I want that speed to keep coming up.
Coming up on point 7. The fuel is just starting aft.
Here you go, the climb checklist.
278 New York Center, hello, radar contact, descend by the 44, arrival aboard, altimeter 298.
Now I'm looking for a speed of about 395, and I'll...
Delta 1323, flight level 290, flying direct to Jared. Just checking in.
Seatbelts going off now.
I think you let know that. Do you have any questions on that?
Taxi turn lights.
Negative, we've got it. We'll also checking in.
There we go.
Stepping in that first, and Delta 1320, sorry, Delta 1323, flight level 290, flying direct to Jared.
Alrighty, look at that rate of climb, nearly 4,000 feet per minute.
Radar contact, turn left, heading at 0. Let's make it turn left, heading 360, left vectors, and turn Delta 1323.
Turn left, heading 310, Delta 1323.
Heading 360,
Heading 360, Delta 1323.
Swift flight 111, he's going to maintain 10.
Love hearing the youngsters on VATSIM. Yeah, mate, got to learn somewhere.
Jet 158 New York Center, if you're up radar.
Okay, that's leg 6 to 7, I'll check now.
14,000. JetBlue 580, contact approach 128.12, good day.
Oh, I just got your message. Thanks, Bontech.
American 30, 142, you ready to come out?
From American 30, 142.
American 30, 142, you put at LaGuardia Airport. Proceed at direct to Robbinsville. Romeo Bravo, Victor, resume the arrival. He's going to maintain 10 down.
Direct to Robbinsville, resume the arrival, descend 10,000, American 30, 142. And look at the runway 32, okay.
Walker 1108, fly runway heading, runway 24, clip and take off, one up.
Runway 24, take off, 24. And send to American 3142, I don't think Robbinsville is on this approach, but we could still plug it in.
Great to have you back, says 80 heures de jour. It's great to have you back, AC. Watch some of your first streams way back. Thank you. Good to see you. I recognise you. Don't worry. A bit of French there as well. Bonjour, ça va? Bienvenue.
320 for 230 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 54.2.
It's still going aft.
And 10,000, I can put it on 32.
Get those throttles full. Ça va très bien. Je suis très bien aussi. Merci beaucoup.
Walker 1108, radar contact, turn left direct ditch, climb and maintain.
Direct ditch, 6,000.
Altitude acquire.
American 2-1, I'm going to cancel your holding instructions here.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go.
You go to LaGuardia Airport, by turn left heading 360 for now. Go to LaGuardia, left here 360 over. American 30, 142, contact approach 127.3, get it.
127.3, go shop, right there.
On further climb.
15 at 19, descend by the 44, arrival LaGuardia, altimeter 298.
Try and get some further climb.
Delta 1323, turn right heading 090.
So we're at Mach 0.91. So we are already considerably faster than other traffic.
Delta 1323, turn right heading 090.
Turn right heading 090, Delta 1323.
Send Speedbird 2, request climb.
Speedbird Concorde 2, climb and maintain block flight level 500 to flight level 600.
Maintain block flight level 500, 600, Speedbird 2.
Walker 1108, climb and maintain.
Righty. That's what we want to hear.
American 2-1.
Alright, so all the throttles can go off. Auto throttles are off, so we are now full throttle. Now, when we get to Mach 0.95, we'll engage the reheats. Bomb Tech lives close to Cajun country. All the good food is in French.
250 knots into transition. American 1893. American 1719, maintain 250 knots.
Alrighty, here we go. Now we're going to light those reheats in pairs. Now this is a crucial part of the flight here, the acceleration. So there's Mach 0.95, so let's put those reheats on in pairs.
Inboard reheat selected.
There's the first two.
Outboard selected.
And there's the second two. Now, this is the magic of Concorde here. We're about to go through the speed of sound, which is Mach 1. Now, the true indication of that will be the shockwave passing on the nose of the aircraft. Yes, we've got the 2 Mach meters here. But here we go.
How about your radar contact? Can you send via 15, 50, 40, 10, 5, and 44 arrival for now, but 40 out from 1390.
So Mach 0.99. There's Mach 1, and we're looking for this shockwave passing across the nose of the aircraft. There it goes. The VSI will start going a bit haywire. There you go.
Transparencies de-ice and demist.
They're all off.
Mach 1 checks complete. 55, 3, going aft.
Walker 1108, climbing to maintain 12,000. 50,000.
Excellent.
Contact approach 127.3 today. 27.3 American.
Alright.
278 in the transition, maintain 280 knots. In the transition, maintain 280 knots, 278. JetBlue 158, cross Cameron at 900,000, Kennedy altimeter 2991. Cross Cameron at 900,000. Did I miss a check-in from someone?
Right, 230 up to 60 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 55.6.
It's still going aft.
The next thing that we're looking for now is a Mach number of 1.3, because then what will start happening is the hydraulic ramps in the engines will start to descend, and that'll be indicated here on these. I'll try and do it so we can see in which order they go down. They seem to come up in the order of 1, 2, 3, 4, but it can be random. It could be 1, 4, 3, 2, or 2, 1, 4, 3, you know, it could be anything. But yeah, no, we are supersonic. You know, 15 minutes into the flight, 14 minutes into the flight, we were supersonic.
We're about to hit our top descent. Do you mind if we start descending?
Now I'm going to change this one over here to...
Yes, sorry, descend by the 44 arrival with 40 altimeter is 298.
2989 descending the Corey 4 arrival of 1323.
Now this is the magic of Concorde. It was the only airliner that could super cruise, that is, to fly at twice the speed of sound without the use of reheat. So there's a couple of numbers that we're looking for here. So Mach 1.3, as I mentioned, is when the hydraulic ramps start to move to choke the air in the engine intakes, to slow the air down. Mach 1.5 is when we've punched through that high drag regime of supersonic flight. And then when we get to Mach 1.7, we can switch those afterburners off, switch the reheat off, and the aircraft will continue to accelerate. And there's no other aircraft that could do that. And that's what makes this aircraft so special. And through the course of this flight, I will try to explain some technical things about the aircraft to you, as well as answer any questions you may have.
United 88, maintain 250 knots for 6. At 250 knots, 250. Walker 1108, climb and maintain level 25. Level 25, 0 knots for 6. That's perfectly fine. York, hello. Climb and maintain for level 210 and fly heading 130 for now. That's pretty basic.
Okay, 130 on the heading and flight level 210, 21.
Alrighty, so engineering marvel, absolutely. Coming up to 20 years since it was taken out of service, and now we're passing through 35,000 feet. Mach number is 1.2. Now, keeping an eye on this Mach number. We will turn around in a few moments.
Okay, reduce to 250 knots.
Delta 1323, maintain 300 knots for space.
Maintain 300 knots for space.
So let's turn around now because we're approaching that Mach 1.3. In fact, they've already started moving. Number 1 and 2 have already descended. And number 3 and number 4 will move shortly as well.
1.3 Mach.
Turn left, heading 06.
So,
9713.5
any second. We've got movement from 1 and 2. Nothing from 3 and 4 so far. Yep. There you go. There goes 4. There goes 3. Perfect. And they'll get down to around sort of the 70%, 65-70% mark by the time we get to Mach 2.
Blue Street 1554, turn right, heading 090, vectors and trail, descend and maintain for level 21.
Yeah, the aerodynamic effect of that is you know, almost zero. It's negligible because it's not really causing any drag. What it's doing is restricting the airflow to the front of the engines, and the computer that controls those ramps to put them in exactly the right place is the secret of why Concorde was such a success. Now, as you're probably aware, jet engines can only cope with air going up to about, I don't know, 400 or 500 miles per hour in speed. And if Concorde's travelling at over 1,000 miles per hour, well, something's got to be done. And that's what those ramps do. They come down, they choke the air, they cause a shock wave inside the engine intake, which slows the air down to exactly the right speed by the time it reaches the front of those fan blades. And when it gets to the front of those fan blades, at the correct speed, it's going to create the optimum amount of thrust, and that's why Concorde could accelerate without reheat.
United?
Sorry, JetBlue 97, maintain 25.
Just take them down just a little bit.
340 up to 60 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 57.1.
It's still going aft.
So I just...
Here, good evening to you. Super 2167, heavily developed 400 inbound time.
Beaver 2167, you're in center, radar.
There we go.
Second. Delta 2406, cross news at level 27.
So you can see we're through the high drag regime of supersonic flight now, Mach 1.5. So the next number we're looking for is Mach 1.7, and the flight engineer will turn off the reheats in pairs.
97, turn left, heading 35. Blue Street 1554, turn left, heading 350.
Left heading 350.
Oxy 278, contact near approach 1273.
Looking to 127.3, have a good evening.
Walker 1108, Boston Center's offline, or start from an inline unit. Have a good night, buddy.
No, the KX Charlie, I will give you a call.
Blue Street 1554, for level 1960.
The air is so thin up there too, yeah. Now there's another dial which I'll show you in just a minute once we've done this reheat selection, because look, we're already at Mach 1.67, 1.68. So we'll dive outside in a minute.
Coming up on Mach 1.7.
So I'm going to switch the reheats off in pairs.
Inboard's going off.
Inboard's gone.
Outboard's off.
Outboard's gone.
9, minutes.
There you go. Now, there's two things that have happened here. One is that the white light that was above this dial has gone off. And two, this is the fuel flow.
AFCS.
Delta 1323, maintain 250.
AFCS.
Oh, FCS, he wants me to do something. Auto throttle, there you go.
57.5, going aft.
Delta 1323, maintain 250.
You'll see this is the fuel flow meter. Now, that yellow tab is the maximum fuel flow. And when we've got the reheats on, that needle is up near that yellow marker. Now we turn the reheats off, that fuel flow has halved. So that's another thing about being able to supercruise. There's no way that Concorde would have made it halfway across the Atlantic if it had to use afterburner for the whole flight. Now it will still accelerate, but you'll see that rate of acceleration is a bit slower because we have reduced the amount of thrust being given by the engines. But because we're through that area of high drag, the drag is less than it would have been around Mach 1.2, Mach 1.3. We're able to still accelerate. Now, we're not too far away from being handed over to Unicom. Just like the F-22. Yeah, okay, I didn't know that the F-22 could do that. But, yeah, I was unaware that there was another aircraft that could switch the afterburners off and still accelerate. But, yeah, all of the ones that do, the modern ones, would have, through Concorde, been able to understand that that was a necessity. Now, the next thing that we're looking for is a combination here, Mach 2 over here and 50,000 feet here, or flight level 500, at which point the engine rating will go to cruise instead of climb. You can see our ground speed, we're just approaching 1,000 knots, which is nautical miles per hour. Vector thrust with Super Cruise. Oh, excellent. There you go, 1,000 knots is our ground speed now.
Thank you for the ATC. We'll see you next time.
Take care. Speedbird Concorde 2, New York radio is offline. Monitor Unicom.
Unicom 1228, thanks for your help. See you next time. Speedbird 2. Alright, so the background chatter will disappear now. So I don't feel like I'm competing with another voice. But it's great to have air traffic control online. Yesterday, when we came across from London to New York, we had the radio, Shamwick radio online, so we had to give our position reports. They're not currently online, but they might come online later. Right, now then, the instrument I was going to show you, which I think is pretty cool. We don't need that one anymore. This one here. Now, in fact, it might be better to show you actually when we're at Mach 2, but we'll take notice of that in a little while. Put that up to 350. Now, one thing I will just quickly do, performance calculations. Our optimum cruise, let's have a look and see what that says. Optimum supersonic cruise altitude is just shy of 50,000 feet. Subsonic is at 27,000 feet. That's okay, not a problem. Now, deceleration and descent. This is going to be an interesting one. 5 nautical miles to go to Lulox. Mach 1 not later than 65 nautical miles to Caljo. We'll refresh that and see what it says. Okay, at the decel point. That's okay, we will, when we get closer to the other side of the Atlantic, we'll recalculate that. I just wanted to have a look at that. Performance calculations, landing. Well, let's just say that that landing weight is correct, and that's the V speeds it's going to give us, but we'll bug those later in the flight once we've got a more accurate look at what's going on. Now, where are we? We're at Mach 1.81 and accelerating. Now, according to that, we're a little off track, but we're coming back towards it. We're well out over the sea. No terrain within range. On the radar. Oh, that looks good. Everything is more or less where it should be. Now I'll put Land's End on my side for now, but that will change. Now, the other thing I want to do, so just to give you an explanation of what the plan is with this channel and what I'm going to do over the course of the next, this series, if you like, of flights, I'm going to basically do a series of Concorde flights. We'll start with the regular scheduled services, so between London and New York. Perhaps the next flight we'll do is out to Barbados, because we've already done the New York route once. We'll do a couple of transatlantic routes and things like that, and then I will look at doing a round the world series like I did a few years ago on the stream. So we'll recreate the 1999 round the world tour, which was Concorde Alpha Delta, which started in New York, went supersonic over the top of Canada into Vancouver. From Vancouver it was across to Kona in Hawaii. From there it was to Fiji, Nandi in Fiji. From there it was right here in Sydney, Australia. From Sydney they went to Guam. Now the original plan had been to go to Bali, but the situation in the late 90s in East Timor meant that probably wasn't possible. So they went from Sydney to Guam, Guam to Bangkok, Bangkok to Chennai in India. From Chennai they went around to Nairobi in Kenya. From there up to Addis Ababa in Jordan. From there up to Venice in Italy, then across the Mediterranean to Lisbon in Portugal, and then transatlantic from Lisbon back to New York. So that is a 12-flight round the world tour, which I will recreate on the stream over the coming months. But for the next few streams we'll just concentrate on relearning Concorde and how it works before we do some customized things like that. It might even be something that I'll start doing charter flights on Concorde if there's anywhere that people particularly want to go. I know that Seymour Rutz, who's a big supporter of the channel and one of the mods here, likes to charter Concorde and fly to different locations. And also I'm not just going to limit it to British Airways Concorde flights. We'll also do some Air France flights as well. In fact, that might be, perhaps that's the next option, is to do an Air France flight across the Atlantic from Paris-Charles de Gaulle, rather than the London-New York thing with British Airways. Now, I just want to show you VATSPY, which gives us a bit of a look at what other traffic is on the VATSIM network. So this is us Speedbird 2, we're just coming out of New York's airspace, and we're going to be going across the Atlantic here to London. Now you can see there's a couple of aircraft that are mid-Atlantic at the moment. This guy's probably a bit too far south, and he's going to Tel Aviv, so he's probably not likely to cross our path. This guy here, American 288, which is 777 from New York to also London, but Gatwick rather than Heathrow, he might come into play. I'd imagine that we'd both be crossing the British coastline at around about the same time, even though look how far ahead of us he is. Delta going the opposite direction is not going to conflict with us. I don't think he'll be way to the north of us. But this guy, well, let's race him. Let's see if we can get to Heathrow before he gets to Gatwick. I reckon it's a safe bet that we'll get there before him. And that's what it looks like on Navigraph as well. Now the other thing we've got to look at as we're going to Heathrow, now the last I heard the wind at Heathrow was favouring a 09 arrival. So if we just quickly on Twitch, I'm just going to do a weather update for Heathrow. Now the METAR is telling me 360 degrees at 3 knots, so it's all across the straight across the runway, which generally when that happens it would favour a 27 arrival. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go across the Atlantic. I will just check the real world traffic to see what they're up to over there in London. What have we got? Nothing on arrival, on approach at the moment. Nothing departing. Well, it is 2:30 in the morning over there, so I suppose that would make sense. But we can figure that out. Uh, 8:30 local negative. It's 11:30 local here in Sydney, and as you can see, we're approaching Mach 2, Mach 1.97 on my side, same on the first officer's side, and we're also approaching flight level 500. At which point the takeoff. The engine rating will go from climb to cruise. That's a switch which is set up here at the top. That's this one here. But the virtual flight engineer takes care of that. You see that rate of climb has just slowed considerably. Reaching 50,000 feet after just 35 minutes of flight. There you go, flight level 500.
Cruise rating going in. The transonic checklist is complete. We've got 58.8 steady.
And that's talking about the center of gravity. Now that's something I didn't point out to you. Now at takeoff we wanted to take off center of gravity to be at 53.5%, which is up here. But as Concorde accelerates, the center of gravity of the aircraft, as it goes through the supersonic speeds, moves further and further towards the rear of the aircraft, which means that we have to balance that by pumping the fuel to the rear. Which is what that flight engineer's panel back here is for. So the flight engineer's job is to make sure that the fuel that's at the front of the aircraft at the start of the flight gets pumped to the rear. And then when we slow down as well, he has to pump that fuel back to the forward tanks as well and watch it as the fuel burns off. And you can see we've got that same center of gravity gauge in the middle of the flight engineer's panel as we do right here in the middle of our panel. Almost there, almost clicking over to Mach 2 now. There you go, it has clicked over in the passenger cabin. There you go, Mach 2. So we've got everything primed. Max climb, max cruise is primed on the autopilot panel, the AFCS. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Now we've just got to maintain a watch on the aircraft, but the virtual flight engineer does most of it for us. And as we get across the other side of the Atlantic, we'll look at our deceleration and descent point, because there will be a short subsonic cruise section over the North Devon coast in the southwest of England. So just sorting out a couple of bits out here. Yeah, that's not a bad idea there. 80 jeux de heure. Oh, sorry. 80 heures de jeu. 24 hours a day in French. There you go. Says on Twitch, maybe you can list out some of the charter flight suggestions on Discord. Would be interested in Kai Tak and Toronto. Well, Toronto is definitely on the list, and that's actually one of the ones that's already in the computer that comes with this Concorde. So here you go. Let's have a look at some of the charter routes. You got Heathrow to Heathrow. There's various options about different routes you can do that, whether you want to go over the North Sea or the Bay of Biscay. London to Birmingham, London to Manchester, London to Edinburgh, and obviously the return legs of all of those. BFS is Belfast, London to Charles de Gaulle, London to Keflavik, London to RVN. I said yesterday I didn't know where that was, so let's go and RVN Airport. I thought it might have been Reykjavik. No, it's Rovaniemi Airport, which is in Finland. Okay, oh, that'll be the Lapland, the Christmas flights. That's what that will be. Okay, that's interesting. Then TFS, which I believe is Tenerife South. And obviously the return flights from all of those. Then you have Boston, Cairo, Aqaba in Jordan, Cairo and Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. And then you have Manchester Subsonic. You've got New York to New York. You know, one of the Supersonic Joy flights. And then you have here Manchester to Toronto Pearson. So if I go back up, so the weird thing for me here is that there's not a return leg for that one. Manchester to Toronto. I thought there would be more Manchester routes, considering that after Heathrow, Manchester saw more of Concorde than any other airport in the UK. So if we have a look at what other routes they've got, maybe some engineering routes. You've got your London to London ones, you've got Shannon to London and London to Shannon. YHZ, now let's have a look at some of these. What are these? YHZ is Halifax, okay. YQX is Gander. SMA is Santa Maria. CWL is Cardiff. And then Gatwick is Gatwick. So there's a bunch of other ones in there. That's engineering routes. There's... Oops. There is also that you can import. Obviously the scheduled routes that you can look at. London to JFK and back. London to Washington and back. Washington to Miami and back. Washington to Dallas Fort Worth. That's definitely one I'd be interested in doing because I love Dallas. London to Toronto. Toronto to London. London to Barbados, that's there. ANU, where's that? That is VC Bird International. Oh, okay, so that's in Antigua and Barbuda. That could be an interesting one. Heathrow to Lisbon. Barbados Grantley International to Lisbon. Barbados to Shannon. And then Shannon on to Heathrow. That's in case, I guess, that the The fuel isn't enough. London to Bahrain, Bahrain to Singapore, and returns. So, yeah, there's lots of different options there that we could do for charter flights as well as scheduled flights. I do like the idea of doing that Dallas-Fort Worth run. Let me just try something on YouTube. Meta, Echo Golf Lima Lima. Yeah, okay, so the chatbot doesn't seem to work on YouTube the same way it does on Twitch. Let's get rid of that. So, I mean, what are some of the routes that you'd like to see? Obviously, I'd like to, at some point, once I've got the hang of landing this thing properly, take it into some of the shorter runways like Exeter. I wonder if this will do it. So yeah, let us know what some of the places you like. I mean, like, Seymour likes to do a bunch of old diplomatic routes as well. Blake Riley's on board. He says, I enjoyed doing the Barbados run. Nice flight. I'm keen to do some of the world tours. Got a long list of them to do. Yeah, well, like I say, that 1999 BA world tour is definitely one that I want to recreate again.
Make 1 to 2 checks out.
Excellent. So that's good to hear. Yeah, like I say, I want to operate Concorde in and out of Exeter. In fact, I vaguely recall one year, I don't know the dates, I certainly don't know the aircraft, that there was a charter flight from New York to Exeter. I believe it was sometime in either 1990, somewhere between 97 and 99. So that would be good. Charles de Gaulle to, yeah, that would be good fun, SXM. When Air France sent Concorde with the President. Yeah, that would be a great flight to do, actually. I'm not against flying Air France Concordes. I've done it before. Je parle un petit peu français. Maybe not enough to fly around speaking in French. .9093 London to New York, then Oshkosh. Good idea, I like. Bombtech says, what was the dial on the middle to the right of throttles you were going to show earlier? Excellent, yeah, good. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so this gauge here is perhaps one of the most important gauges to Concorde when in the cruise. Now, basically, for all intents and purposes, it's a thermometer. So what it means is that this figure here, total, where it says plus 108, is the temperature on the nose of the aircraft in Celsius. So yeah, it's hotter than the boiling point of water at the moment. Now the reason it gets so hot is that when you're flying that fast, the friction of the air against the skin heats the aircraft up quite dramatically, so to over the boiling point of water. Now in red here below it says TMO, which is temperature of maximum operation, and that basically means that what are you doing? Zoom in. Basically what that means is that if the temperature here on the nose of the aircraft gets to 127 degrees Celsius, they have to slow the aircraft down to reduce the friction of the air on the aircraft to bring that temperature down. If it gets hotter than that, everything goes wrong. You know, I know the putty melts in the windows and everything goes Pete Tong. So here at 108 degrees Celsius, everything's great. Now, the static air temperature outside at the moment at this altitude is minus 61 degrees Celsius, which is quite cold. In fact, it's 4 degrees colder, which is what this is telling us here, than we'd expect the international standard atmosphere to be at this height and this location. So that is actually very, very good for us, because it means that as well as bringing the temperature down slightly and getting us away from that danger area, cold air is actually more dense, so warm air is less dense, which means that there's more air going through the engines, which means they'll perform better. So colder air is much, much better for us than warm air at these altitudes. Now what does that mean? That basically means that if we're getting better performance, that as the aircraft burns off fuel and gets lighter, it will drift up. But if the air is cold, it means that we're likely to get closer to the 60,000 feet ceiling, which on the New York to London route didn't happen very often at all. I think in Mike Bannister's books he said it maybe happened once or twice across his whole career. Whereas if you're down over the tropics where the ground temperature is higher but the upper air temperature is much, much cooler, getting up to that flight level 600 or 60,000 feet was much more common. So we'd expect on this transatlantic run between New York and London to get somewhere around 57 to 58,000 feet by the time that we need to start decelerating and descending. On the other side of that, if that temperature gets, if the temperature was warmer than we'd expect, we'd be getting much closer to that 127 degrees Celsius. And if it got to that temperature point, like I say, we'd have to slow the aircraft down. So it wouldn't be uncommon for the cruise speed to go down to Mach 1.98, 1.97 or something like that, just to manage the temperature on the nose of the aircraft. Yeah, so that's what that dial is. There's also one on the flight engineers panel, which is right down here on the right hand side. I wish there was something I could press that would just show me the engineers panel as a whole. I'm sort of pissing around with this chair. In fact, I'm sure there is. If I views. But yeah, he's got lots of dials that are the same. He's got that same temperature dial there. He's also got, you know, the Mach meter here with the temperature on the nose there and the altitude there. Yeah, he's got all sorts. Wonderful aircraft. Now the other thing, you can't have an aircraft with the temperature on the skin of plus 100 degrees with an outside air temperature of minus 60 degrees without something happening. So as we all know, what happens when something heats up, it expands. Oh, I wish the seat would just piss off. So on the ground, this bulkhead right here to the right of the engineer's panel is flush up against the panel. But because of the heat and the friction of the aircraft, because it's going so fast, Concorde actually would grow in length by about 10 inches in flight. And in flight at Mach 2, the flight engineer could fit his hand in the gap between the engineer's panel and this bulkhead. And on some of the last Concorde flights, the flight engineers actually put their caps in that gap in the panel, and then when the aircraft slowed down and the panels came back together again, that hat would be trapped in there. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, when they moved Alpha Fox at Filton, which was the last Concorde to fly, when they moved it inside to its new location in its hangar at the Bristol Aero Collection, they decided to take that cap out, and I have no idea why, because it was, you know, one of the unique talking points, a little quirk and a little anecdote. Now, in just a couple of minutes, we'll be, well, there you go, about 1 minute's time, we'll be 1 hour into our flight here today on Concorde. Attempt number 2, I know. But look how far we are already out of New York. If we go over to VATSIM, New York Center has obviously gone offline, so New York is down here, and that's how far we've traveled in an hour. We're well past Halifax, coming up on Gander, and we'll be out over the Atlantic before we know it. Now, this is the aircraft that we were talking about earlier that we're chasing to London. See, that gap is reducing all the time. We're much higher than he is. He's at 34,000 feet, 35,000 feet actually, and a ground speed of 464 knots. We are at 52,000 feet with a ground speed of 1,130 knots. So yeah, we are absolutely going to catch him up. It's just whether we can do it before he reaches the English coastline, or whether it happens, you know, somewhere near the final approach course. We could have a look at Navigraph as well, couldn't we? So let's go into Navigraph and we'll switch over to the charts for London Heathrow. The arrival Ockham. No, that's not the one we want. So we're going to route to Ockham initially, and I mean, I'm hoping that before we even get to Ockham, we'll be able to just do a straight in approach for whichever runway. Preference is 09 and right, but at the moment, well, the last traffic I saw was arriving on 09 and left. We can change that in our flight plan if we have to. But yeah, if we do have to go to Ockham, let's say they've changed to the 27s. From Ockham, we go out on the 074 radial and route around for the ILS onto 27 left at Heathrow. Now, if we do land on 09 right, which is the southerly of the two parallel runways, it'll be a nice short taxi for us to go into our little cul-de-sac here. And if we end up on 09 left and we roll out, then it's just a bit of a longer taxi across. It's not a drama, it's still well within range. Obviously, if we land on the 27s, we'll try and land on 27 left, and it will be a bit more of a taxi, but it shouldn't be an issue for us at all. So let's have a look at what the METAR is saying at Heathrow now. It is saying 350 degrees at 5 knots, so it's swinging around to favour the 27s a bit more now. Oh, he's such an idiot. The HP 200LX actually used by Concorde pilots. Seems the implementation is pretty cool. Yeah, absolutely it was. Yeah, it's they've remodeled it brilliantly. Let's review the route actually, because at the moment, like I say, it's got us arriving on 09 and left. Let's change that data. The arrival runway. Let's change that to 27 left. And we'll have to recalculate. That's fine. Okay, so performance calculations now. Decel and descent. 5 nautical miles to Ulux. And it goes to 7 nautical miles. Okay, so that's stretched out just a little bit. Imagine flying this across the Atlantic during Cross the Pond. During the event where there are hundreds of pilots in each direction. Alright, okay, so...
Leg 2 to 3 checks.
2 to 3 checks, excellent. So just building some commands that hopefully will work both on YouTube and Twitch. They're already integrated into Twitch like that Metar one. So let's see if that's come across yet. I don't think it will have, but we'll try it. EGLL. No, it hasn't just yet. But that's okay. Integrations.
That's leg 3 to 4 checked.
Cool. Right, excellent. All right. Trying to set up some moderators. Okay, no, that's not going to work then. Okay, that works. Okay, so we've got something now. Alright, so we'll have to get rid of that one for now. So maybe that's a Twitch only thing. Alright, okay, so I've set up a couple of things on Nightbot for YouTube which are in line with what we've got on Twitch. Unfortunately, that does mean that we haven't got... unfortunately, we don't have the Meta one there, Bomb Tech. I tried setting that up. Blake just joined the Discord, fantastic. Just give me a second. Now, one thing I should actually point out as well is I'm a big supporter of Sid Squad. The guys that do the live streaming from Sydney Airport, that's my friend Kurt, and Tim and Nigel and Matt up in the Gold Coast as well. And I've been very lucky on occasions to join mainly Kurt, but a couple of times with Tim as well, those streams to, you know, commentate on the departures and arrivals at Sydney Airport. Live on YouTube. Now, Sid Squad do have a merch store, so head over to sidsquad.com.au and all the proceeds from any sales that you make, any merch that you might buy, whether it's t-shirts, hoodies, caps, beanies, mouse mats, coasters, whatever it might be, all of the proceeds from those sales go directly to a charity called Little Wings. Now, Little Wings, their sole purpose for existing is to transport sick people, mainly children, from regional parts of Australia to the main capital cities or wherever their hospital appointments might be. So from regional areas of New South Wales, and let's not forget that New South Wales is, you know, a very large area. It's bigger than, you know, I think you can fit all of Europe into the whole of Australia. So New South Wales on its own could cover UK, France, Germany and Spain, I think, if I'm right. Yeah, so a very worthy charity. All the proceeds from any sales of merchandise that you buy at sidsquad.com.au go towards Little Wings and helping them fund transporting sick people, mainly children, to their hospital appointments. Very worthy cause, I think you will agree. Meantime, what have we got going on here now? There's absolutely bog all in the UK in the way of control at the moment. There's a few stragglers in terms of aircraft around, may or may not be online by the time you get there, so I don't anticipate too many delays getting into London Heathrow. Now, the guy that we're racing, I'm just keeping an eye on him, catching up with him fast. He's actually headed to Gatwick and not Heathrow, so he's not going to be conflicting with us when it comes to coming into land. So There we go. Once again, I'll give a big shout out to the mods, Seymour Ruts, Defozzle, Studio Canuck, and DigiDriver for their support of this channel over the years. If you would like to support the channel, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, if you just hit the follow button down below the video there, and if you're on YouTube, just hit subscribe and the notification bell. It's absolutely free, costs you nothing to support the channel that way. If you do feel like donating financially, you're more than welcome to. There is a QR code on the screen right now, or a link down below where you are able to donate. If you feel like giving me the cost of a cup of tea or something like that, in fact that's not a bad idea. I've got my mug right next to the kettle there. I might go and make one in a moment. If you feel like shouting me the cost of a cup of tea, please feel free to do so. No donations are necessary or obligatory. They're never expected, but they are always appreciated. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of the guys that have supported the channel over the last few years, and the newcomers, the guys that are here for the first time. Blake Riley, Bombtech, and Vantcat de Jour. Is very good to see you. My apologies for the issues at the start of the stream today, where Concorde, when it got airborne, didn't want to play ball, so I had to give it a second bite of the cherry. Glad I found you. Thank you, Bombtech. That's very kind of you. I'm sticking with your username for now. I always try and stick with people's usernames rather than their real names, just in case they don't want their real name known. So, Bombtech, I thank you very much for joining me. I hope I can teach you a thing or two about this wonderful aircraft, Concorde. It's been my favourite for as long as I can remember. And why don't we give you some cinematics now? Let's enjoy this from an exterior point of view. We'll just turn off the music there for a moment. Now, British Airways Concorde. Either way is okay. Learned a ton so far. Fantastic. British Airways Concorde flew in service from 21st of January 1976 all the way through to the 24th of October 2003. Air France had the same start date, 21st of January 1976, but they actually ceased commercial operations on the 31st of May, I think it was, 2003. They jointly announced with British Airways on the 10th of April 2003 that they would be ceasing operations in October of that year. The next day, Air France immediately changed that to retire their aircraft in May, which was just over a month away. Truth is that Air France never made as much of a profit on Concorde as British Airways did. That doesn't go to say that they didn't love Concorde as much. I'm not saying that in any way. I'm not trying to show any bias towards my compatriots in the UK. But yeah, it's not a secret that British Airways, with their 2 flights a day from London and New York, were making more of a profit on the aircraft than Air France, who had their once daily between Paris and New York. Now, part of the reason for that, according to Mike Bannister's book, is that British Airways making a tidy profit on Concorde was due to it being a first class plus product, whereas Air France's Concorde was a business class plus product. And so consequently, I think that the tickets for a British Airways Concorde flight were a lot more expensive, or a bit more expensive, shall we say, than Air France over the Channel. Now, people ask me all the time when they hear that I'm into Concorde and that I've got my hands and worked on Concorde at Brooklands, even in a small capacity, or why did they stop flying? Well, the truth is there's a multitude of reasons. The 2 main factors being that the maintenance costs between the 2 airlines were shared 50-50 because there were so few of these aircraft, and the original Concorde agreement in the 60s between the UK and France was that development costs would be shared 50-50. The same was in place for Air France and British Airways in terms of maintenance costs. So 50% British Airways paid for, 50% Air France paid for. Air France, when they were looking to pull out of Concorde in 2003, unfortunately, British Airways could and possibly should have fought legally to keep Air France to their side of the bargain. However, diplomatic reasons suggested that maybe that's not the best thing to do. So if Air France pulled out, British Airways maintenance cost double. Now, bearing in mind this is 2003, so we're only 18 months after the terrible events in New York of 9/11 and the global downturn of aviation as a result of that. And also we had SARS, which was a COVID-like thing going on in 2002. So the downturn in global aviation travel was quite marked. Now, that's one part of it, but the other reason is that what I mentioned a minute ago, 9/11, over half of the regular Concorde passengers for British Airways, i.e. the people that would fly this aircraft regularly, you know, a couple of times a month, a couple of times a week maybe, were killed in the terrible events in New York on 9/11. So double the maintenance cost with less than half of the regular Concorde customer base. Unfortunately, it was no longer economically viable to keep it going. But ironically, when British Airways announced the retirement, the final 6 months of service were among the most profitable that they had in the entirety of their service life. So yeah, they may well have found the answer to keeping Concorde profitable with the reduced prices, because they were selling out the aircraft. So yeah, as horrible as it is that Concorde doesn't fly anymore, obviously I haven't even mentioned the awful accident that occurred in Paris in 2000. That also was part of the equation for Air France. They had a couple of scares when Concorde returned to service in late 2001. Yeah, so unfortunately Air France were a little bit frightened of what might happen if they kept going. They didn't want to suffer another incident. Check up on the aircraft that we're racing, says Bontech. So let's go over to VATSPY. Well, this is American 288 over here. We're closing. Look, we're an hour and a half into our flight. We've got just under 2 hours to go, I'd say. And well, look, I reckon he's probably got about 2 hours to go with his flight as well into Gatwick. So yeah, we're closing the gap very fast. If you have any questions about Concorde, do feel free to ask, and if I have the answer in my memory bank, I'll let you know, and if I don't, I'll try and look it up for you. It's just a wonderful aircraft. And there you go, that's the view in the cabin there. We're turn the noise down just a little bit. Now, in fact, this might be a good time to show you these hydraulic ramps. There you go, and the engine intakes. You can see them there. Let's go in. So these right here at the front of the engines, these with danger do not use for access when hydraulic power is on. These are the hydraulic ramps that we were talking about. So if we just come around to the side of the engine slightly, you see that dotted line in the middle there? That's approximately where the front of the engine fans are. So that's the space that it's got to slow the air down from 1,300 miles per hour to about 400 or 500 miles per hour. And they do that by dropping these ramps down, like I mentioned. Now they're pretty much all the way down. Best aircraft ever made and the most beautiful. You are not wrong, Steve. Oh, that's Blake. Sorry, you are not wrong, Blake. Beg your pardon. In terms of the most beautiful, there is absolutely not a shadow of a doubt. If I'm being ultra picky when it comes to this particular model, I think I mentioned this on yesterday's stream that I'll try and illustrate this as best I can. Now, what I'm looking at here. Let me maybe just tilt that up slightly. Now, you see this change in geometry here on the wing. So you see where these leading edge devices on the underside of the wing, and then it goes further out. On the real thing, on the production model, this was much more pronounced. To me, this looks like the prototype wing design, which is very, very similar. But let me show you what I mean. If I have a look, there you go. That's a good illustration of it. Hang on. So you can see on the bottom side of it, in fact, let's go from a different angle if we can. Here we go. Alright, so let's, if we can, zoom in on that. So this is when I went to Paris. This is Concorde Sierra Delta. Now you can see behind the wing strut there, and you see on the left-hand wing of this aircraft here, you see the underedge heating devices, the black matte things. You see how that angle there is much, much more pronounced than here on the sim. That change of direction is much, much more pronounced. It's the only inaccuracy, I would say, on the simulator and its external model. But still way more accurate in terms of the way it flies than any other aircraft or Concorde out there for any simulator at the moment. So let's just go through. I just got a few pictures here of different Concordes that I've visited over the years. That's Sierra Delta, an Air France Concorde in Paris at Le Bourget Airport, and you can see on the other side of it is another Concorde. It is the very first Concorde. So yeah, they got two Concordes in one hall over there at Le Bourget. That is 001 with Sierra Delta. This is Concorde Alpha Charlie, a photo I took last year at Manchester Airport. Very special connection to that particular aircraft that I have. That's Concorde Delta Golf at Brooklands, just a couple of days after. Just before getting our flight from Heathrow back to Australia. Just nicked around to Brooklands for a couple of hours. That's Concorde Alpha Delta, a photo I took from a helicopter in New York. On the side of the Hudson. You can even see there on the wing how that pronounced change of direction on the second half of the wing. There's another angle of Alpha Charlie at Manchester. And then the flight deck of Delta Golf at Brooklands. And we'll go back in the sim now. There's a little fly here. See if I can squish it. Gone. Maybe not. Shame Alpha Echo in Barbados is still closed. Yeah, but do you know what? That is one of the ones that I've got to visit. Of all the Concordes in the world, there were 20 built, right? Obviously, Air France suffered a terrible accident with one, and they actually scrapped one in the 90s as well for parts for another. And so there are 18 remaining. I've got 6 left to go, and then I've seen them all. I've got 1 more in Paris, 2 in Toulouse, 1 in Germany, 1 in Seattle, and then the other one is Alpha Echo in Barbados. But in recent times on social media, I have seen people that have been given access to Alpha Echo. Now, it's still in relatively good nick. Obviously needs a bit of a clean now with dust and whatever that's made its way onto the airframe, but yeah, but it's not impossible to get inside by the sounds of it. So, I mean, I'm not likely to be able to get over to Barbados anytime soon, but that's on the list. It's my mission over the course of my life to see every single Concorde that remains. I've seen 2 in the United States of the 3 that are there. Barbados is obviously out of bounds for now. Then obviously Germany, the Auto and Technik Museum in Sinsheim in Germany is the only museum that has both Concorde and the Russian Tupolev 144 supersonic airliner. It's the only museum in the world that has an example of both aircraft. Then I've got 1 to see at Paris Orly, and I've got the 2 to see at Toulouse, Blagnac, where I'd love to do a tour of the Airbus factory as well. But in Paris, I would, if I was going to Paris again, I would probably go back to Le Bourget as well to make sure I see those, as well as the one at Orly, and there is one mounted on poles at Charles de Gaulle as well, which I have seen and I have taken a photograph of, but I would like to perhaps drive around Paris a bit more and get access to the airport and see what's going on there, get some better photographs. Yo, Vostok Gundam's on board on Twitch. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Twitch class. Now, Blake, you did say you're watching from Ohio, weren't you? Just got home from work. Very good, Vostok. Oh no, it was Ed from Ohio. So Bomb Tech was in France and Blake was in Mississippi. That's right. Oh, you're in Australia. You're in Sydney. So who was in Mississippi? Bomb Tech was in Mississippi. I'm getting so confused. So who was in France? Bombtex, Mississippi. That's right. Blake's here in Sydney. Mate, you're probably just down the road from me. You could have come and been a co-pilot. I'll tell you what, that's something we'll have to do when we have the ability to turn the flight engineer off. I'll have to do some shared cockpit, or at least have someone over on Discord. Oh, you're good mates with Tim. I'm with you now. I'm with you now. I get it. I get it. I get it. Oh, there's a few that landed in the Discord server. G'day, g'day, and g'day. Yeah, no, absolute massive shout out to Sid Squad, to Kurt, Tim and Matt for what they do there, and for allowing me to join in on the voice with Nigel on occasions, where we just have to drop some 12th man quotes. That's what we do. 2 for 22. The Americans will have no idea what I'm talking about with that. But yes, welcome aboard Concorde for the second time today. This is flight Speedbird 2. And we're currently flying at Mach 2. And the serial number of the Concorde Delta Golf at Brooklands, which is the Concorde I worked on briefly, is 202. Yeah, that's what it's all about, is building communities. So I've gotten to know a few people via Sid Squad, in the loyal subscribers and viewers of the Sid Squad channel, live streaming from Sydney Airport there. Kurt does a wonderful job, Tim does a great job, Matt does a great job, Nigel's always there with a funny comment, and I just love bouncing off each of them. And as you'll know, I've joined Kurt on a few occasions from the control tower, from back in the car park when they used to stream up there, from the new location, from the Millstream Beach. Sid Squad's great, so if you haven't already, head over to sidsquad.com.au. It's Sid Squad on Facebook, it is sidsquad.au on Instagram, and yeah, chuck them a follow. Captain Canada got me into simming. I don't think I know Captain Canada. Digi Driver is on board, 202, position 2. Digi, welcome. We gave you a shout out earlier as part of the mod squad. Thank you very much. Alright, let's check where we are. There you go, we're still mid-Atlantic at the moment. 1 hour 47 into this flight. Captain Canada, check him out, he's almost to 75,000 followers. Is he on YouTube or Twitch? Captain Canada. Oh, there he is. He's on YouTube for sure. He's got a Discord channel as well. Adding to the Canadian contingent here on the Alpha Charlie channel, of which we have Seymour Rutz and Studio Canuck already. Okay, his Discord invite is out of date, unfortunately, at the moment. But cool, yeah, I'll definitely check him out. He's doing World Flight in November in a real 737 simulator. He's live on Thursday. Ah, cool. Well, I'm working... Oh, no, I'm not. Today's Wednesday. Oh, hang on, so that'll be Friday for me. Okay, so I'll be working Friday afternoon, so I might be able to catch him in the morning, because I wasn't planning on streaming tomorrow. or the next day, actually. Back through Thursday, Friday. I'm relatively good with keeping time globally because obviously I live here in Australia now, but all of my family are over in the UK, so I'm always across what time it is in the UK. And obviously there's a 9-hour time difference at the moment, so we're just coming up to 1 o'clock here. So 13 take away 9, it'll be 4 o'clock in the morning over in England. And if, yeah, that's right. So it's just coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning. You want a GMT watch? Well, mate, I've got an Apple Watch, and I've got both. I've got my local time is in big, but I've also got the UTC in the corner because that's useful when I'm flying as well. Because all of our TAFs and METARs and things like that are done in UTC, which is GMT. Now, the other thing about it is that with the time difference, is that when it's summer here in Australia, it's winter in the UK. So right now they're on British summertime, which is 1 hour ahead of GMT, and we're on Australian Eastern Standard Time. But when daylight savings comes in, which is next month, there's a short period, maybe a week crossover, where there's a 1 hour difference. But the first weekend in October here in Australia, usually the first or second weekend in October, is when our clocks go forward for summer, and then shortly after that the UK goes back for winter, which, you know, and then the UK is back in line with GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. So, you know, then there's 1 week where there's a 10-hour difference, and then it goes to an 11-hour difference. And I find it much easier when there's an 11-hour difference, because I literally just have to, you know, change it by 1 hour and change the plus or change the AM or PM, and then we're set. So, yeah, add one and change the AM PM. Got a Samsung Galaxy Pro 5 smartwatch, but I like quartz and mechanical more. Yeah, we go back at some point. Bombtech sent me an invite from his Discord. Okay, let me check that out. I can't see that currently. Did you send it privately? Where did we send it? On Messenger. Okay. All right. Stand by one. That's not come through on my phone just yet. Let me check. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I got it. Cool. That's really cool that he's got this server rules. That's very cool. I'll take a look at that a bit more detail later on. But awesome, thanks for that invite. Thanks for bringing that across. That works nicely. Alrighty, now how are we going? We're going across the Atlantic faster than a rifle bullet. See, I reckon that American's going to get to the Irish coast before us, but it's going to be touch and go whether he gets to the North Devon coast before us. Arizona and Hawaii never fall back or spring ahead, says Vostok on Twitch. Well, do you know what? In a few weeks' time, I will be in Hawaii. I've never been there before, so I'm quite looking forward to it. Anytime, says Bontech. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you very much. Now, Blake, whereabouts? You're in Sydney, but whereabouts in Sydney? Or should I, if you don't want to answer that publicly, that's fine. Don't worry, I'm not going to be offended if you'd rather not give that out. I'm not asking you for a bloody street address, but. One thing I haven't worked out on this aircraft yet, and bearing in mind this is only the second full flight, or third full flight that I've done with this aircraft, second on stream, I haven't worked out just yet how to do custom routes. That's something that I'm going to have to look up in the instruction manual at some point. In fact, I could possibly do that now. Let's have a look-see, shall we? Let's put Concorde there. Procedures manual.
And leg 5 to 6, all checks out.
Perfect. Tutorial, don't need that. Don't need that. Introduction manual. And checklists. Okay, that's cool. No checklist. When an automated thing can do, gets rid of, we can do that. So Vostok says, I'm going to save up and take in the girlfriend over to DC, then down to Arlington National Cemetery and find her grandpa's resting spot. They were super close. Oh, that is amazing that her grandpa is in Arlington National Cemetery. I've been there. I've been to President Kennedy's gravesite because when we went to DC, we got there from Dallas. So we'd gone from the site of his assassination to the site of his burial. And yeah, Arlington Cemetery is just unbelievable in terms of scale and decorum. President Kennedy's gravesite is phenomenal, really. Yeah, you know what, I might do my next transatlantic flight, I might do into DC and then we'll go on to Dallas. Guess he was a badass in World War II, so he earned a spot. Yeah, I'm trying to find if there's anything that I can show me how to do a custom route. Also going to hopefully see my first Concorde while we're there, also at the Smithsonian. Yep, that's the one. Get out to Dulles Airport, see Air France Concorde Foxtrot Alpha, which I can't believe I didn't include a photograph of that in my slideshow. Yeah, no, I didn't. I'll have to sort that out, include that photo in there. Because I know I've got it. Because I took it. Desktop. Yeah, I'll have to add that in another day. We're going to go to Ronald Reagan since DC Metro runs under the airport and one of the lines is a direct line to the cemetery. Yep, that's a good idea. Washington National. My friend is actually D Fozzle, one of the admins in this channel. There he is, one of the mods, D Fozzle. He actually is based out of Reagan Airport. So, yeah. Funny if you end up flying. If you end up flying on a CRJ and you have an Australian fella at the front, that's D Fozzle. I wish I could turn off adverts. I wish I had enough followers that I could turn off adverts. Okay, so there you go, custom flight plan route. So there is a good way of doing it. Why don't we just take a quick look down here? Oh, here we go. So now, let's just have a look down here at this. BombTech was asking earlier about this temperature gauge. Now you can see earlier on we had 108 degrees Celsius on the nose of the aircraft, and the international standard atmosphere was -6. So it was 6 degrees cooler, I think it was, or maybe 4, -4. Now you can see it's 5 degrees warmer than we would expect. And as a result, this temperature is getting very, very close to that 127 degrees Celsius. And if it does get there, the aircraft will start slowing down. I don't know why they... Ah well, I've messed up the Mirror Lake display. Oh well. Okay, now there's a possibility here that we might see some traffic coming in the opposite direction. Now have a look. Qantas 9, very good. Have a look at this. So this is us. This is the American fellow that we're chasing. November 162 Whiskey Charlie is a 737 going from Innsbruck to Miami. Jeez. He's brave. Now he is at 38,000 feet, he's at 35. They look like they're going to go right on top of each other. And I reckon that we might be able to spot him going opposite direction. We'll see. We will see. I think I've just done something amazing. Yes. That is incredible. And yes. I guess. And not quite a minute. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's good. Alright, so I think I've got my layout as I want it now. Okay. Let me just test one of the commands. That appears to be working. Although that appears to need some editing. All right. So let's just take another look at now at our expected deceleration point, performance calculations, decel and descent. 7 nautical miles to Lulox. I'm expecting that to have blown out to 9 maybe. Let's refresh. 8. Okay. That's not going to be a problem for us. And for those of you just joining, yeah, we are flying Concorde today. We are over the Atlantic in this absolute beauty from FS Labs. They've done a stellar job of getting this aircraft correct in terms of the way it flies. You can see that curve I was talking about on the wing nest. This model looks more like the prototype Concordes in terms of the wing shape rather than the production ones, but it still looks incredible. I think you will agree. Look at that. Look at it. Just look at it. There's a reason this aircraft is my favourite of all time. And we're seeing a good illustration of that now. Up at 56,000 feet currently, or just shy of 56,000 feet. A good 20,000 feet or so above other airliners going across the Atlantic. Now, American 28 is probably not going to be directly underneath us. Let's just have a look at his flight plan in Volanta. For those of you that want to add me on Volanta, you're more than welcome. What's the difference with the wings? Your girlfriend finds it cute when you geek out about the plane. Alright, well let me try and show you what I mean. Let's go and take a bit of a look outside. There you go. Let's just turn this quiet. So you see how that curve just seems to continue on its natural path without much change of direction there. Well, there's a bit of a change of direction, but it's a natural curve. No change in how acute that angle becomes. Whereas if I show you on, let's go to the other photograph here. So let's see if we can't zoom in on what I'm talking about. Now you see behind the trailing edge of, behind the landing gear there, the left-hand wing of this aircraft. You see the black mat on the underside of the wing, and then it's a fairly sharp angle. You see the difference? So you see how that's quite curved and just natural? Well, whereas this one has a marked change in direction, where it goes out at the outer edges, a lot more pronounced. So that's the difference. Now that wasn't the case on the prototype models. Got to find a way to zoom into these pictures without having to do this. Now I do have a similar photo actually of the other Concorde that's in this photograph, 001, from the other angle, and that's a little bit more easy to see then. Dude, Scale Tuggy wants you to bomb tech, behave. You'll get me in trouble, bro. I'm married. Alrighty, 2 hours and 16 minutes into this flight. We've got about 1 hour to go before we should be down on the ground at Heathrow. What was the latest weather at Heathrow that we said a minute ago? The wind has come back around again, favouring the 09s. It's 040 degrees at 2 knots. Not my fault the girl likes nerds. Hey Vostok, I think he thinks that I'm onto your girlfriend. I can tell you I'm not. I've done a long distance thing before. Arrival runway.
Okay, that's leg 6 to 7 all checked now.
Excellent. So 09 right is now going to be the runway of choice. Arrival gate at 420 is fine by me. You're a bunch of stirrers. What is this? YouTube versus Twitch? Know what I'm saying? You're the victim. Thank you to the new subscribers that we've had here on YouTube as well. Steve, Blake, and oh, that's an interesting username. I'm going to check it out before I read it out, just to check that it's real. Yeah, I don't think I'll be keeping that guy on board. I think that's a troll. I'll just let that one through to the keeper, I think. Alright, what do I do? Yeah, definitely looking forward to this coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's going to be a game changer when it does. Quite literally, I'll be changing games. How the games begin. Now, so you can see where we are. We're getting closer and closer all the time. So on Navigraph, I am now going to start doing things here. So we'll add 090 rights. We're going to be using the ILS approach for 090 rights. Now, what arrivals have we got available? Zurich and Hotel. Now, we don't come in that far south. We're going to be coming in over the North Devon coast. It's usually around Combe Martin, which is about here. And Bristol. We should be touching Bristol, really. So, Zurich 1 Hotel. I'll plumb it into Navigraph just for now. Maybe I should get rid. No, remove. Zurich can be removed. Yeah. Oh well, if we have to go to Ockham and then go back out and around, we do. It is what it is. Tomorrow, a storm's going to be rolling through. Whereabouts? Do I program my flight plan on SimBrief, or is it in the plane? With this aircraft, it's in the plane because there's no FMC on Concorde. It's all done through this INS. I was just reading up how to make a custom route, so you can do that via SimBrief, and then save it, and you could import it. Is how I was reading it. We'll just redo these performance calculations, decel and descent. We'll refresh that. So 9 nautical miles to go to Lulux. Refresh, excellent. Through your state, okay. Beautiful clear blue skies here in Sydney today. Absolutely cloudless. Oh, I will never understand. Ever heard of a YouTube channel called Mustard? He has a video on Concorde and it's pretty cool. No, share the link, Bostock, to that video. I've never heard of it. And the other thing that we can do actually while we're waiting. So we're down here. We're expecting fuel remaining at destination to be 15.5. The zero fuel weight was 87,000. What do you say? Was it 87,000? Let's go 102,500. Enter. So expecting an approach speed of 185. VREF of 155. We might as well bug that on the instruments now. And then our decel point is currently 8 miles to Lulox, which is waypoint number 8. Toss it in the Discord. Yeah, not a problem. Oh yeah, I've seen that video come up a couple of times on my YouTube. I think I follow him. Yeah, I do.
Right leg 7 to 8 checks out.
Excellent. So that's the this is the leg on which we'll be doing our deceleration and descent. We're expecting a warning when we get to 10 minutes before our deceleration. Now I mentioned that we'll probably get to about 57 or 58,000 feet. And we're approaching 57,000 feet now. Let's just have a look what we've got here. 118, so that temperature has gone down on the nose. That's good. It's a decent watch. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. The rest of his channel. I have seen that particular video before though, because it's a couple of years old now, isn't it? Let's check up on our mate. Yeah, I think he's dropping now to the south of our flight path. Almost got him, yeah. Do you know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to just quickly make a cup of tea before our approach. And it looks like there's an advert starting soon anyway on Twitch, so that actually works quite nicely. So bear with me a second. I'm still going to be very close to the computer and watching, so I'll set up some cinematics for you, and I'll go and make a cup of tea. Alrighty. Welcome back to the flight deck, love. Marvellous to be with you for the multi 15th time today. Alrighty, now this is approaching the last stages of this this flight today. So we have approximately 10 or 9 minutes to go now, or just under 9 minutes to go to our next waypoint. And according to the performance calculations here that we said for our decel and descent, our decel at 19. Oh, gee, that's gone up a lot. Refresh. 11. Let's try. Okay, 11 nautical miles. That's what we're going with now. 11 nautical miles to Lulox is going to be our nominal decel point, which means that we're 149, 148 miles away from our deceleration point. Now, at this speed, we're traveling a mile every 3 seconds, which is 21 miles per minute. So, yeah, about 8 minutes to go to the next waypoint, so probably 7 minutes to go to our decel point. So, things are going to start happening relatively quickly. 10 minutes to decel should already have been announced. Yeah, so I think our mate is going to get to he's going to get to the coastline before we do, unfortunately. But oh well, we gave it a red hot crack. We did what we could. Now, what have we got going on here? We've got 114.6 over on the first officer's side. Now that is Cork in Ireland, so we are currently about 155 nautical miles away from Cork. I've got Land's End set up on my side. 114. Oh, hang on. No, I haven't. 112.9. What's that? Where was 112.9? Okay, so 114.2 is Land's End, which should be coming into range shortly. The other aircraft I was on the lookout for is long past us, but he was way to the north. Yeah, it looks to me like we are going to be the next aircraft that arrives. Oh no, there is one other aircraft that's out of Paris which will be arriving at Heathrow before us. Speedbird 30 November. Now, the other thing that you may have picked up on during the course of this flight is that my initial radio call, I will announce Speedbird Concorde 2 as the call sign. And then on subsequent acknowledgements of whatever ATC are saying, I usually say Speedbird 2. It's because after that initial acknowledgement or initial contact with ATC, they know I'm Concorde after that. So it's just to advise. It's like a heavy when they say heavy. Hasn't let me say what I am. Yeah, it's Speedbird 2. There you go. I'm trying to work out why at the top there on ATC, why it's got it is not available as opposed to my actual call sign. Stop. Start. There we go. Weird. Now, there you go, we're getting very, very close to the decel point. I'm a little concerned as to why the flight engineer hasn't come on board with this. Review the route. Data. Flight plan. Performance calculations, decel and descent.
2 minutes to decel.
There you go, that's more like it. 2 minutes to decel. Alright, okay, so at 2 minutes to decel.
Top of descent checks, please. To 9 is checked.
Warning and landing displays.
Okay.
Checked.
ASI bugs used are 155. It's a basic.
155.
Yep.
162. 170.
Altimeter bugs.
Checked.
I'm just going to hit the hold button for now. Now that's already switched over to the next waypoint. I don't know why it's done that. Alright. So if there's 110
miles.
Oh, here we go. Okay, no, we're good. So 10 miles. We're good. 5 miles. I've already set that altitude hold. We're at 5 miles. I'm going to disconnect the auto throttle.
5 miles.
There you go. Disconnect the auto throttle.
4. 3.
Now, the decel procedure.
2. 1. Decel.
Throttles back to 18 degrees, please.
Throttling
Okay,
down.
so throttling back to 18 degrees. And you'll see that the speed is starting to fall off already. Mach 1.98, 97. Now we are maintaining our altitude at the moment. And we're looking for 360 knots here. When we get to 360 knots, we will ask the aircraft to start descending. When we get to 350 knots, we will tell the autopilot to maintain 350 knots using attitude, i.e. put your nose down if you need to speed up and bring it up if you need to slow down, to maintain 350 knots. That will happen very close together. What will also happen very close after that is that the Mach number will go through 1.5, slowing down, at which point we'll bring the throttles back yet further. So it all happens quite quickly at this stage of the deceleration and descent. To give you an idea of where we are, there you go, that's us off the coast. So the American guy is going to get off the coast of Cornwall pretty quickly. You can see from our readouts down here that we're about 87 nautical miles away from Cork, quite perpendicular to it actually, and 85 miles away from Land's End. In fact, we might be able to see that illustrated down here. Yes, we can on the radar. So let's just zoom in just a touch. Yeah, so you can see the North Devon coastline there. And as that comes back, you'll see it again, the Isles of Scilly. Just keeping an eye on that airspeed for now as well. There you go, you can see the West Country coming into view there as well. So as we hit 360 knots, hit altitude acquire, so we will start the aircraft in a descent. Just shy of 58,000 feet is what we go up to. And at 350 knots, we'll ask it to maintain that airspeed using attitude. There you go. So that will pitch the aircraft down even more to bring back that rate of acceleration and keep this at 350 knots. Now you'll also see, there you go, 4,000 feet per minute rate of descent already to bring that speed back up to 350 knots. But we're still slowing down in terms of Mach number. So there you go, Mach 1.52.
Coming up on Mach 1.5, we'll take the second stage of throttling now.
Coming back to 32 degrees.
There you go, that's what he said. Mach 1.5, bring those throttles back yet further to a predetermined power point. The thing is that with Concorde, you can't just at Mach 2 just cut the throttles and say we'll create no thrust, because you'll surge the engines because of the force of the air still coming through. Now, we mentioned earlier on that those ramps that were modulating that came into play at Mach 1.3 were coming down. Well, they'll also be on their way up right now, and we're expecting by Mach 1.3 slowing down that they'll be back to their fully raised position. Now, as I mentioned earlier, when they were fully down, they were somewhere around the 65 to 70 mark, where that yellow line is for 70. You wouldn't expect them to be 100% down at any point. You can see they're working their way back up, and as we get to Mach 1.3 they will return to 0. Now, they came online in the order of 1, 2, 4 and 3, so I'm expecting that they'll go 3, 4, 2 and 1 and going back up. In fact, I didn't need to turn around because there's a Mach meter up there, isn't there? There you go, so there's a Mach meter at the top of your screen here, Mach 1.35. You see that we're descending through 50,000 feet now. The outside temperature on the skin of the aircraft is plus 20 degrees Celsius, plus 19. So we're slowing down, reducing that friction, and it's already cooled down by about 100 degrees. There you go, numbers 3 and 4 are now back to the fully up position. And numbers 1 and 2 will follow. They came down quite early, so they're probably going to go back quite late. There you go, there goes number 1, and there goes number 2. So all of the ramps, there you go, we've had the flight engineer confirm that for us. We'll see where we are in relation to the coastline. There you go, North Cornwall coastline, you can see that dot there. That is Lundy Island off the North Devon coast. I'm very familiar with this area, and this is a good illustration of why, when I lived in the UK, we could hear the sonic boom from Concorde 3 times a day, twice for the British Airways aircraft and once a day from the Air France aircraft, because they would go to the south of us. I'm from about this area in South Devon, and we'd hear this. That's all it was by the time we got to us, is a little rumble, and it would be 2 British Concordes coming off the North Devon coast and the 1 French Concorde going off the South Devon coast on its way into Paris. Now, I'm going to change that from Land's End now to London, which is 113.6. And we're not quite subsonic yet, but we're slowing down rapidly, and I'm going to take that down yet further. Put it down to 32.
through 40 for 320 with a prime 1013 is set, and I've got 55.9.
The fuel is still moving forward.
I might just do its calculations. Optimum cruise. It's actually 35,000 feet for a subsonic cruise currently, so we'll do that. I've got my cup of tea over here. Now when we go through Mach 1 slowing down, we can
altitude acquire. Altitude alert, 1000 to go. Mach 1.
Mach 1
there you go,
check.
so Mach 1 slowing down. The shockwave has gone across the nose of the aircraft now. Actually, no, we don't want that. We want
86%, please.
86% is transparency de-ice and demist.
They're all on.
there's your 86%.
The decel descent checklist is complete. The fuel is
Excellent.
still moving forward.
Fuel is still moving forward. Okay, here you go. Here's your centre of gravity. You can see that those two orange limits, the forward limit and the aft limit, have moved considerably forward from where we were in supersonic flight. ...182 nautical miles to go to London. Now, did we catch Old Mate? No, we didn't. We're still off the coast of Devon and Cornwall at the moment. In fact, let's go outside. And there you go, there is the coastline over there. Now, there was a lady that lived in North Cornwall, somewhere near Newquay, I believe she was. So Newquay is sort of down here on the Cornwall coast. And she... Now, I mentioned that in South Devon that we heard the remnants of the sonic boom. Well, she obviously would have heard it too in North Cornwall, and it probably was a little bit more, intense by the time it got to her place, because she would have been closer. Now, the other thing is that she campaigned, because she must have gone inland or something by 10 miles or so, and somewhere on Bodmin Moor, and she claimed that she went up, and when she heard the boom coming from Concorde from up there, it was a lot less intense. So she campaigned to have British Airways slow Concorde down 10 miles earlier in order to reduce the intensity of the sonic boom at her house on the coast in Cornwall. And, well, she was successful because British Airways agreed to slow Concorde down 10 miles sooner. But as you know, as we demonstrated earlier in this flight, Concorde flew at 21 miles a minute, which means that 10 miles for Concorde at Mach 2 is 30 seconds. So they slowed Concorde down 30 seconds earlier to appease this woman. And I find that amusing. GBBex1, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Where are you watching from?
Leg 91 is checked.
All right. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. So, we are currently cruising 35,000 feet above the North Devon coastline. I remember playing a game of cricket down here. I think we might have already gone over it. Oh no, hang on. A small town in the North Devon coast called Instow. Let's see if I can find it. I remember watching Concorde come in over the coast when I was playing. Oh, there we go. So there's the river. And the cricket ground is somewhere in there, I think, from memory. But yeah, I've played cricket in this area, and well, hang on, that might be it. Very close to RNS Coldrose. Wherever. Look. I remember seeing Concorde go over at 30,000 feet on the way back into London, coming in from the ocean. So just have a look here at the flight plan. We should be on the next page by now. Yeah, we are. So we'll need to keep descending shortly. So yeah, we'll start thinking about descent down to
leg 1 to 2 checks out.
Right. We're going to stick the nose down. Just going to bring the time back by 1 hour. It's getting a little bit too dark at the moment, so we'll just do this. Like, it's not like I couldn't land in the dark, but I actually want to reduce the load on the sim, which unfortunately I think evening light exacerbates the problem. Alrighty, just loading the terrain data. So while we do that, let's have a look at VATSPY and see where we are. There you go. There's our American friend. He's over on the south coast there, approaching Southampton. Now we're on the North Devon coast, approaching Bristol. So, yeah. And Navigraph, there you go. So we're not following that purple dotted line exactly, but we are going to head to that waypoint Nigget, and we'll do another check actually on the weather at Heathrow, Golf Lima. And it says 040 degrees 3 knots, so yeah, we've made the right call in choosing that. So, indicated airspeed hold, and we'll bring those throttles back ever so slightly. Let's set this up for Heathrow. Let's get the approach plates. ILS 09 right. Here's 109.5, which is what I thought. So, bring these over to London. .089 is actually the course. Okay, let's swung around a bit. Bit of magnetic variation.
For 210 with a prime 1013 is set. I've got 55.0.
It is static.
Excellent. Switch that down to 250 knots. So he's switched over now to 115.3. There's 115.3. That's oh, it's Ockham. Okay, that makes sense. So we're descending quite healthily at the moment at 3,500 feet per minute. Coming over the Bristol Channel. You see the Severn Bridge there in the distance, over the city of Bristol right now, birthplace of this aircraft. Let's go out and have a look. Those clouds are moving crazily fast. So there, oh, look at that. There's Clifton Suspension Bridge. It's about to be covered by cloud. That famous photograph of Concorde going over that bridge during its last flight. Which means that hidden by that cloud is Filton. But judging by the speed the cloud's moving, frickin' cloud is almost supersonic. So
leg 2 to 3 checks.
The M5 going up there. There's the junction across through the M4. Yep, there it is. Okay, so that is Filton Airfield just over there.
Altitude
and it's got Concorde modelled, it looks like, just over there outside still, but it's now in a hangar just over this side of the airfield. Filton Airfield, of course, closed a few years ago. That's the Brabazon hangar where Concorde was built. So he's now got London on his side. we're down. Let's get down to 7,000.
Through 20 for 70 with a prime 1030 is set, and I've got 53.9.
The fuel is still moving forward.
I've started a poll in the YouTube channel just because I've never done it before and I want to see how well it works. So if you're watching on YouTube, check out the poll that should have just appeared on the top of your chat. There you go, we got 1 vote in there, that's good. 2 votes in there. Now here's the thing, I can't vote. Excellent, okay. If it's a poll on Twitch, I can vote. This one I cannot.
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. 15 minutes to landing.
Hopefully it'll be less than that.
Approach checklist, landing briefing update.
No updates at the moment.
Understood. Taxi turn lights.
Yep, they're on.
Rad INS switches.
Currently set to INS.
Rad INS switches.
I'll put 1 to rad.
Radio.
Engine rating going to take off. Approach coming on now.
Something in my eye.
Fuel weight CG checks. No updates on the bugs. Seats and harness.
Mine's locked. Power off secure.
I'm gonna just bring that down to about a 2,000 feet per minute rate of descent. So we are now through 10,000 feet, coming up to now. Now, I still haven't quite got the hang of landing this thing yet on the sim, but we're going to give it a red hot crack.
With a prime 1030 is set, and I've got 53.7.
It's a little bit more difficult with manual throttles. Do you know what? I'm going to go all the way down to 5. And I'm going to try and get a straight in approach. So 3 votes so far in the YouTube poll. The poll was, where next, Barbados or Washington and then Dallas? Oh, I gotta be honest, I was hoping for Washington and then Dallas, but Barbados sounds like a good one to do. Would love a yoke, throttles and pedals someday, nothing fancy but something. Yeah, likewise, but that's not something that I'm going to invest in until I live in a bigger place, live in a house where I've got this all set up in its own room, rather than this tiny apartment that I'm currently in, where It's my couch is there, my TV is there, my daughter's crap is all over the floor here, so, and the kitchen is there. So I'm not going to be able to do that here, I'm afraid. Just not really possible.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go.
Alright, so we're about 40 miles out from Heathrow at the moment, and I'm not against a straight-in approach. In fact, that's what we are setting up for. There is another aircraft on the ground now at Heathrow. That was that aircraft from Paris I was talking about earlier. The American aircraft is now off of probably about Brighton on the south coast, on its way into Gatwick, which I will show you there. Yeah, we are aiming for that straight-in approach to London Heathrow, where we will capture the ILS of the glide slope for 09 right. Take us down to 4,000. And we will now take down the nose and visor.
Visor's coming down.
And you'll hear that the noise on the flight deck increases.
Nose 5.
Now that airfield down there. Good question. Very good question. I'm expecting that localizer to come online any second.
Acquire.
We're at 4,000 feet now. The frame rate is lagging a little bit, which is perhaps an indictment of just how much scenery I've got installed. There we go. Right, so I'm going to bring this speed back down to 210. And we will ask the autopilot to capture the localizer, which it has.
Full lock capture.
Now, this is the part that of the sim that I haven't quite got to grips with yet. Because what I normally do on the other airlines that I fly is I'll let the autopilot fly down the ILS to about 1,000 feet, and then I will take over the throttles and the aircraft. I'll switch off the autothrottles and the autopilot. It's not quite as simple as that with Concorde. The throttling is quite different. So that poll, it was unequivocally Barbados that people wanted to go to. I'm going to keep that speed at 210 until the glide slope becomes active, and then I'll switch it down to 190. Now I need those V speeds again. At 105, 500. Above those instruments. The VREF was 155, 162. Okay, so 162 is what I'm aiming for at some point. Alrighty, so the glide slope isn't active yet, but it's in. So let's just check there's no other traffic around, which there isn't. Our American friend is off to our right hand side, probably won't see him on TCAS. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird Concorde 2 localizer established at 16 miles on the ILS for 09 rights. Heathrow traffic. So yeah, I'm a little bit nervous actually about how exactly this is going to go. At least the runway at Heathrow is a little bit longer than what we landed on yesterday with 3-1 right at Kennedy, which is relatively short in comparison. Why haven't you captured the glide slope? Right, so, alright, changing tact. We will fly this manually.
Nose down.
Landing checklist.
I'm going to try and
4 greens.
Bring that speed back up to 190.
Down in green, brakes.
Check normal.
Landing checklist is complete.
So we've got Windsor Castle down there on the left hand side. Now, I am flying this manually, which is not what I wanted to do, but hey, it is what it is. So I'm just going to try my best here, but please bear with me. If this is a shit landing, I apologise. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2 is at 6 miles ILS, 9 right, Heathrow. So just bring that nose up because we're just going below the glide slope just slightly. That power. See, this is the difficult thing about it, is that the power setting is so sensitive, and the speed and the drag, that everything that comes in at this stage with Concorde, this is a little bit more difficult than I remember it. long way below the glide slope now, which is not what I wanted. Yeah, no, this is not a stable approach, unfortunately.
1,000 feet radio.
5 greens. Go around altitude is set.
Coming in quite hot.
800 feet.
Yeah, we're still a bit low. Still a bit
500
low.
feet.
Stable.
Oh, you reckon we're stable, do you?
400 feet.
Flight directors 100 above.
300 feet.
Decide.
Land.
200 feet. 100 feet. 50. 40. 30. 20. 15.
Get that nose down. And reverse. Do you know, all things considered, I'm not too unhappy with that.
100 knots. 75 knots. 50. 40.
Right. There you
Nose up to 5. 20 knots.
go. Look at that. We have pretty much come to a stop here on the runway at Heathrow, which is not really what you want to do. Not a perfect landing by any stretch, but
landing checks,
could have been a lot worse.
Inhibited.
Noses up
I'm
to
going to have to
5.
make some changes here to the graphics because that lag is
2 and 3 going.
is quite awful. Hey BombTech, thanks very much for joining me today. I really, really appreciate it. DigiDriver's on board. Thank you. Yeah, at least it slowed down this time, you're right. Yeah, Heathrow, traffic speed at Concorde 2 is clear of all runways. Heathrow. Well, considering the issues that we've had earlier in this flight and today, could have been a lot worse. Now, what I am going to do before I shut down, I'm going to see if I can do a replay, and I'll put the nose back down to 12.5 degrees. In fact, you know what? Why don't I stop here?
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. You can place the doors to manual. Doors to manual now.
Alright, so we're going to disconnect from the VATSIM network, and I'll see if I can get it to do a replay. Okay. Oh, I didn't put the nose down. Hang on. Let me put that nose back down.
V1. 100 knots. 75 knots. 50. 40. 20 knots. Nose down.
Let's put the nose down so that we can have a proper look. Right, there you go. Nose is at 12.5 degrees now, so let's press play on this. And we'll watch it from the tower. That looks a bit better. Yeah, so the flare wasn't great. I think the touchdown was okay. That's a good illustration of the wing shape there. It's not quite right. It's pretty good though. They've fixed the front of the aircraft at least. And that was all manually flown. So there you go. That was the flare. That was where I floated it. So we're way down past the touchdown zone.
Airspeed
But actually a nice landing. Quite a nice touchdown. Now let's look at it from another angle. Perhaps there. Let's go.
After landing checks complete, I've called for the doors.
Let's go from this side and we'll see. Yeah, there you go. That was the float. Actually would have touched down in quite a nice area if I hadn't have floated it just there. Alright, and we're down. Not bad. Alrighty, so let's
100 knots.
Stop the replay and we'll go back
75
here.
knots, 50, 40, 20 knots, nose
Get the
up
nose
to
back to
5.
5. We will find gate 421. Interesting. Why is gate 421 or 420 not even there? Well, that's weird. Only positions for our airline. Now I want to see all. So, gates. Show all positions. Here we go. Right, I want 420 or 421. I don't care which. We'll go 421. And it will be British Airways. Thank you. And yeah, we'll stick this down on the gate, and then we'll wrap up. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for your patience and for taking this flight with me today aboard British Airways Concorde. We will get to the stage where it is absolutely smooth sailing at some point. So there's gate 420. Bit of an angle. Ooh. Now I'm going to have a look at some of the graphic settings here because that might be responsible for our frame rates. There we go. We are on the stand now. Nose can come up to 0.
Visors coming up.
Visors coming up. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we made it. We made it. Massive thank you as ever to the mods, Seymour Rusty, Fossil Studio Canuck, and Digi Driver. I think it's time
Visor nose is up and
to
locked. Shutting
call it
down number 1
quits
engine.
very soon. I absolutely love flying Concorde, and I'm so happy to be able to do that again on the stream here. So yeah, for those of you that are new to the channel that have joined me along for this journey today, Bomb Tech, Blake, everyone else, thank you so much for coming along with me. I'm not planning on doing a stream tomorrow. If I do, well, I don't know, we'll see. But look, you've got the details of the Discord server. Please, if you haven't already, head on over there. And I will make the announcements there as to when I will stream again. That's in both chats now, YouTube and Twitch. It's twitch.tv/Alpha Charlie Twitch. If you want to go and follow there, if you want to follow on YouTube, it's Alpha Charlie 6572. So it's youtube.com/@Alpha Charlie 6572. Thank you so much for joining me along with this this Concorde flight between New York and London. Look, the vote was clear. Next time on stream, we're going to fly from London to Barbados. So we'll choose a different aircraft for that than Alpha Charlie. We've done the New York run now with Alpha Charlie, and we're slowly getting to the point where we're a little bit more competent and confident with the aircraft. So join me along the journey. We'll do a few more of these scheduled routes, and then we're going to go around the world at twice the speed of sound. Thank you, Vantcat de Jeu. It's been good to see you again, Vostok Gundam. And yeah, Blake, cheers, mate. All the best. You're going to do another Concorde flight. Good on you. I might just hang around in the voice chat in the Discord channel for a little while for anyone who wants to come and have a chat about the stream or ask any questions. So head on over there to the general channel in the Discord server. Happy to chat with you guys for just a little bit longer. Anyway, that'll do for me for today. I'm sure you're fed up of hearing from me. Thank you so much again for watching us here on the Alpha Charlie channel. See you again next time.
You